Can you guys hear me now? Terrence says no sound. Steven says no sound. Can you guys hear me now? So make sure I'm loud and clear. Steve says you can hear me. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Just had to switch the camera around a bit. So let me remove my other self from the scene here. Perfect. How you doing, Mr. Turner? How are you? Did you get the email that support sent you? I know you sent a few emails over. I want to make sure support took care of you. I know a video was sent over as well. Now you can hear me. Perfect, 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 Latoya. All right, so let's get the ball rolling. I've already held you guys up for a little bit. And let me make sure my screens are right. Mr. Turner said, yes, I replied, thanks. Perfect, perfect. So I'm going to make sure customer support takes care of you as well. Let me get my stuff together, guys. All right. So this is Dispute Panda Live number 2. We're going to cover Metro 2 versus consumer law versus factual disputing, right? These are different methods that you can use when attacking items on your credit report. So a lot of you heard of Metro 2, and I'll give you my thoughts on that. A lot of you heard the buzzword consumer law. A lot of you heard factual disputing. A lot of you heard pre-litigation. A lot of you heard e-Oscar disputes. We're only going to cover Metro 2 consumer law and factual disputing, and of course go over the advantages, the disadvantages, give into some live scenarios on how you can use Dispute Panda to actually do all of those things. But first things first, if you guys are watching the replay, I need to know, not the replay, if you're watching this live, I need to know if you can hear me. Can you hear my air horns? Can you hear my applause? Can you hear my Rick Ross stuff?
This is false accusation.
Perfect, perfect. Everyone can hear and see me. All right, first things first. For those of you guys are on the recording, I looked at a lot of the questions. So what we did beforehand was we went through and we started sending responses back to some of the more basic stuff, like how do I get access to Dispute Panda and things like that. So we were sending you videos. So if you are watching this replay, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, right? Make sure you do that. Number 2, make sure you go to the Dispute Panda YouTube and the training tab to get your access to Dispute Panda. You can literally do that in less than 2 minutes. So a lot of the questions like, oh, how do I get access? Go to the website, sign up. You'll be right in there within 2 minutes. Also, if you guys aren't aware, Dispute Panda is the only credit software, to my knowledge right now, that you as a business can use 100% free. You can use this 100% free as a business. All you need to do is ensure that you or your clients have Credit Dyno credit monitoring. And every time you do that one-click import, you'll get a free attack. So the methods we're going to discuss today, whether they're Metro 2, whether they're consumer law, whether they're factual disputing, you can do all those things for free and grow your business and whatever you need to do. All right. So this means you can help 1,000 clients. You can help 1,000 friends. There's no excuse for you to not get your credit together and get your circle's credit together, right? Because now you don't have to charge them crazy fees. You can say, listen, go get credit monitoring and I got you. And I hope everyone kind of does that at the end of this call. Grab one person that you love, say, hey, go get your credit monitoring. Let's look at your credit report. Let's get you together because I know about Metro 2 now. I know about factual disputing. I know about consumer law, and I feel as though I can take care of you. All right. No excuses. Let's move on to the next slide here. All right, so some of you have not been to the Dispute Panda 1, so some of you may not know me, right? So, and you probably thinking, why should I listen to this guy, Dom, about this? I understand I'm on the training videos. I'm the CMO of Dispute Panda, but do I have the credit to be able to talk to you about this stuff? So I'm a huge fan of results. This is my credit as of today, 7/18 actually, and this is Credit Dyno, of course. 816, 828, 821. I used to be Mr. Perfect Credit Score, but I bought my mama and my mother-in-law a home, and you know what happens when that occurs. If you're inside of Dispute Panda and you go to your profile tab, this is what it will look like as well. So you already see I have the USC codes up there on the form to get ready to go. So keep it moving. So let's listen up. So I eat, sleep, and breathe finances, personal credit, And I truly believe anybody can learn and understand and teach this. So I'm literally going to answer every single last question that you guys have for me until there are no more questions. Of course, I'm going to start the ones with the form, but I want to get a few things straight here. You ain't going to wake up, even though you're going to learn about consumer law and factual disputing and Metro 2 and e-Oscar disputes and pre-litigation. You or your clients are not going to wake up in 30 days and have perfect credit. That's just not how that happens. Even if you send a consumer law dispute, there's a chance that the credit bureaus will stall you out, right? Even if you send a factual dispute, a Metro 2 dispute, you cannot control what happens when your insert type of dispute reaches the credit bureaus. But what you do after they don't do something matters. But you have to take action, right? Number 2. Most people who watch trainings like these or get anything, they don't get results because they watch the training, they feel good for 2 seconds, and they don't take action. Just promise me that you are going to take action on anything that you learned today. So if I answer your question later on in the Q&A session, take action on it. This is the time for you to ask all your questions as well, right? So can we put take action in the chat if you guys promise to take action based off what you're going to learn in this live presentation today, right? Please take action. So, Rolanda, great question. You said, can letters be sent to the CFPB to dispute items? Of course they can. Of course they can. And for example, for those of you guys who've experienced stall letters and you sent the email to info@disputepanda.com, we told you how to do the CFPB process, right? We told you to take your attack letter, send the failure to respond, go to the CFPB, upload all of that. So yeah, of course you can do that, Rolanda. All right, so let's keep it going. So people have I've helped. This is when I'm a former credit repair professional, full-time CMO inside of Dispute Panda now, as well as some other entities, but I was also a credit repair specialist. So this little doohickey behind me, hold on for a second. Let me do the spotlight. This little thing behind me is a plaque for 8 figures, made over $10 million in the credit repair space. Know a little bit about what I'm talking about here, just a little bit. All right, let me take this off, remove from scene. All right, so this is a client that helped get a home. I'm a fan of getting people into homes, right? That was my thing. So you credit repair professionals, I would highly recommend that you niche down to a certain thing. So whether it's funding and then credit repair is the backup, or getting a home and credit repair is the backup. Here's another client that I particularly helped. So you saw my score and you see people who I've helped. This last one is important. If you've been on Dispute Panda Live 1, you know what this is. This is my brother-in-law getting into his home. And if you know his story, that is pretty serious. Now, I can show you guys results on top of results on top of results. I'm going to chop down on the story today because I want to get deep into the Metro 2 stuff and consumer law, but I could have chose over 1,000 different video testimonials if I needed to. So who's this for? Everyday 9-to-5 people who want to have the best interest rate. So for you newbies who are tuning in, this is for you too. Existing business owners. This is in particular for people who are helping other people. I need you to understand all the methods available to you so you can move forward. People who want to leverage the perks of credit. Even if you're just trying to get your credit in place for funding, this is good for you. Or if you want to get your personal side together so you can leverage your Amex points and travel and stuff like that, this is for you also. And of course, CROs who want to get better results for their clients. This is definitely for you. More importantly, for a person who wants to have flexibility, September is coming up. Student loans are coming up. Those payments that people have been paying for the last 3 years are coming up. If you don't have an emergency fund in place, a lot of people are going to be leveraging their credit to stay afloat. If you lose your job and you don't have cash, you can leverage your credit to stay afloat. So all of this stuff matters. All right, so let's talk about, we're going to get into this live presentation. So we gave people 11 minutes to get into the room, right? So we're going to cover what Metro 2, consumer law, and factual disputing is, right? So I'm a huge fan of having an understanding of what things are, not just going by the buzzwords. I've been around the block for a long time, and I think a lot of people got burnt out on words, like an understanding of things. Some people thought a software was Metro 2, right? Some people thought they thought consumer law was drastically different from factual disputing because maybe some guru or some mentor was saying, oh, don't factual dispute, use Metro 2. Don't factually dispute, use consumer law. Don't, use consumer law, use Metro 2. And we're going to break down all of that stuff so you have a clear understanding of how you want to actually use each of these things to your advantage. Of course, then we're going to transition into what each of those things look like. So in a lot of the questions I received was, well, how do you challenge a late payment? That's a great example of you using 3 different methods to get the result that you want. And we're going to cover that. Of course, we're going to cover the advantages of each method, the disadvantages of each method, and of course, what to avoid with each method. I'm going to tell you right now, one thing you should avoid is the template letters, whether it's a template Metro 2 letter. If you look at the software and you use the same attack on 5 different people, if the words never change, you're getting fed a template. Same thing with consumer law. Don't spam, you don't have permissible purpose to report. Go read the law, understand what that means, and see if it applies. Don't spam the late payment should not be reported and quote the timing of payment section and not read the timing of payments on what that means. So we're going to get into all those things today. And of course, a live Q&A session. A live Q&A session. If you've been here the last time, you know I was over here for 3 hours answering y'all questions, right? So let's get started. Last but not least, of course, follow me. Let's follow me. Let's get the ball rolling and follow me. I'm more active on IG and my personal Facebook. Dominique Brown, my profile picture is exactly the same, right? So follow me, tag me if you get any gems here. If you didn't like something, here's the other thing. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. And let me bring the spotlight here. I'm a huge fan of the smoke, right? I think some people avoid negative conversations or bad feedback. I embrace it. Here's the reason why I embrace it, right? You only get better through turmoil. Like if you were making all your free throws, you may not keep shooting the free throws, right? But if I miss 90% of my free throws, I'm going to shoot more. So I love it. And I'm gonna tell you this right now, and customer service thinks I'm crazy, but I love it when you guys send over feedback. I love it when you say, hey, this didn't work. Because you know what? That gives us the opportunity to fix it. So if there's anything you didn't like about this presentation, hit me up personally. Hey, dog, I wasn't feeling that. I didn't like that. I felt as though you should do this instead of that. We cool? Like, can y'all at least promise me that if there's something that you dislike, if something I'm not hitting right, at least give me the opportunity to fix it. Let me know personally, like, let me know my breath stinks, right? So be that friend, right? That's my thing. Like, if my breath isn't smelling the best, right? I want y'all to come to me and say, hey, man, here's some gum. I wasn't feeling that. You should have went into more detail on this for me. I want you to be selfish. I want you to be like, I need this from you and the Dispute Panda community so I can be the best for the people I'm trying to help. Because my goal is make the free better than they're paid. A lot of stuff you're going to learn here, a lot of stuff we're going to get into as far as our lives is going to be breaking down all the stuff that you normally got to pay $1,500, $5,000 for. So I need you to help me by telling me and being selfish. Go to my DM, hit me up. Hey, man, you should talk about this. Hey, I'm having this experience. Can we work it out? And people will tell you, hey, I got a phone call from those guys. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you get spicy enough, you will get a phone call. Hey, let's talk for a second, Scrap. I'm that guy. All right, so let's move on. Metro 2 compliance versus factual disputing versus consumer law. Which strategy is right for improving your credit? Now, drop in the chat, which one do you think is best? Now, I need to know. Which one do you guys think is best? Metro 2, factual disputing, or consumer law when it comes to getting results? You don't have to put a long response on how you feel, what you tried, but as of today, which method do you rock out with the most? Steven says all of them. Okay, I like that. I'm already liking you, Steve. What method? So Dwayne says Metro 2. Lamar, consumer law. Hines says all of them. You know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Everyone who's saying all of them, I like you. I'm already feeling you. Bert says all 3. Love it. Latoya says both. Latoya, I gave you 3 of them. You only said both. Orlando's saying the right thing. Orlando says, hold on. Orlando says it depends on the account that you are disputing. That is sound advice right there. Colette says consumer law. Robert says all of them. Hines says all of them. Knowing the Truth says I'm a Metro 2 person. Dwayne says I'm a Metro 2 person. Terrence says consumer law. Matthew says Metro 2. Here's a good one. Whichever one gets the job done. I'd love to hear that. Perfect. Okay. Let me drop that down. Let me change my banner up really quickly so you guys get the breaking news banner. All right, so we got the comments back up, all three. All right, so here's my take on it, right? And I'm not a hater. This is what I say, because even when Dispute Panda came out, people naturally assumed that Dispute Panda was only a Metro 2 only platform, and I get that. I understand, because from a business perspective, a certain method was taken, or say marketing angle was taken, right? You can't be everything to all people, and if that's just business 101, you have to niche down. So people naturally assume that Dispute Panda was only Metro 2 centric, but from day one, Dispute Panda allowed Metro 2, factual, and consumer law. It was just the Metro 2 crowd that leaned to Dispute Panda the first, so you kind of got named for something, right? So I'm a huge fan of all the methods are effective. That's why from day one, all the methods were discussed. What I wasn't a fan of is certain groups, people, whatever, claiming that one was better than all. Because my stance has always been, how is better than the facts? And we're going to get into the advantages and disadvantages of all of them. But if I have a fact, right? If I have like the truth, all that other stuff don't matter if I have the truth. Does that make sense to me? But there are some key differences. So in this presentation, we're going to compare and contrast the three strategies so you can make the best decision for your unique situation. So when Orlando says it depends on the situation, I was like, man, do he know my presentation? So here's the interesting part, right? All of these things are effective in getting things deleted. What I want you to be mindful of is if somebody says one is better than the other, typically I ask people, well, what are you selling me? Right? Because I've seen people jump from the Metro train to consumer law train because they could sell it. So that's my stance. I'm a cynic by nature, Capricorn. I naturally think people is full of crap until proven otherwise. But I've seen that, right? So all of these approaches can be effective in getting items deleted from your report, but they work in different ways and they have different pros and cons. So I will say this, though. If you are using any credit repair software that doesn't offer all the methods, they're robbing you of the tools you need to win the credit game and most likely just trying to sell you into something. That is my stance on it. That is what I believe. That's all I will say. So quick question. Let me ask you this. And this is why I said this about certain credit repair software is not including everything for you. Say you bought land. You bought 10 acres of land that you need to clear. I want you to put into chat, which one of these tools, A and B, will you use to clear your 10 acres of land? Alfredo, I'm going to break down how you can use all three of them in Dispute Panda really easily in this thing. If you needed to clear your 10 acres of land of trees, of these derogatory trees, would you rather use B or A? So B to me symbolizes you clearing your credit report for yourself and your clients, right? I want the best tool from the job. I want the best software for the job. I want the fastest software for the job. If the software only allows one of three methods, one of two methods, only one method is not the best software to get the job done because it's overly reliant on one thing to get it done. So in Orlando's case, it's not going to be sufficient for him because he may need to go in there and use consumer law. He may need to factually dispute. He may need to use some Metro 2. Make sure you're using a tool that gets everything done for you and gives you everything. Okay, let's keep it going. Now, What is Metro 2 compliance? Can everyone see this? Let me I'm gonna remove my face from the scene here because you hear me now? So make sure everyone can hear me. Testing, testing, testing. Can everyone hear me now? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. What is Metro 2 compliance? So before we get into Metro 2 disputing, Metro 2 attacks, I think we need a brief refresher on what Metro 2 is first. Metro 2 credit reporting is a data specification set forth by the CDIA, right? That's the Consumer Data Industry Association. And it's to maintain uniformity and accuracy in credit reporting, right? It's used by credit bureaus and data furnishers. So a data furnisher is like your credit card companies, your American Express, your Capital Ones. It's used by your mortgage company, your Rocket Mortgages, and so on and so forth, to exchange credit information. That's what it is, okay? The members of the CDIA who came up with this format and this standard are your big three plus more, right? So it's a bunch of members, but Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian are part of the CDIA. So when you look at your credit report, you will have mortgages, credit cards, student loans. How that information gets on your credit report is via the Metro 2 format. Everyone got it? So the format facilitates a standardized, accurate, and efficient credit reporting process, enabling all parties to speak the same language. So how Amex gets the information to Equifax goes through the Metro 2 format. How Capital One gets the information to Experian goes through the Metro 2 format. Everyone got it. It's a code. It's a language. It's how we talk. Everyone cool on the data format piece of it? Everyone clear? Do I need to repeat myself? Make sure I'm still hearing me. Give me a little air horn. All right, let's break it down further. And I'm going to use let me move myself out of the way. Oops, don't want to do that. Actually, let me just switch this scene. I'm going to switch to this scene here. I'm switching my camera angle up a little bit. Got it. Can everyone still hear me? Everyone can still hear me? We good to go? Metro 2 is a language. That's right, Steve. It's a language. It's a format. It's a communication tool of some sorts. So can everyone see this clear? Make sure we can see this clear here. So if you were inside of Dispute Panda and if you had your, say, credit dyno report imported, and you hit the I, right? It pops open to a breakdown like this. So this is one of my American Express cards. So let's take my Amex for an example of how the Metro 2 format gets this over. So Dom, there's about 5 things that occur. One is data collection. So each month, Amex collects information about Dom's credit card account. That includes my account number, credit limit, balance, payment history, and other relevant details. So when you look at your credit report, or you're looking at your disputing tab within Dispute Panda, all those fields that you see, those 26-inch fields, they came through the Metro 2 format. So let's say, for the example, for the month of July, I had a balance of $500. I made a payment of $100, was never late on payments, and I have a credit limit of $2,000 on the card. All that comes through as well. Now, number 2 is the data formatting. So Amex then formats this information. So all this stuff is in Amex's database. They format all this information according to the Metro 2 standard, and then they send it over to the credit bureaus for proper reporting and displacement. Everyone cool on that one? You said it's not clear. Let me go back to my other screen really quickly. So maybe this will be easier for you to see. I'm gonna make this the spotlight. And I'm still on the scene. Can y'all still hear me? I just wanted to switch it so you guys can see. Everyone can still hear me? All right, so number 2, data formatting. I want to make sure my spotlight here. Cool. All right. So number 2 is data formatting, right? So in Dom's account status, it will be coded as current since I made all my payments on time. They're going to send over the account type as revolving since this is a credit card. They're going to send over my balance, my credit limit, my payments. It will all be specific to what's inside of Amex's database. So what you see on your credit report comes from Amex, gets to Equifax, Dispute, and TransUnion through the Metro 2 formatting. So that's data formatting. And then you have data submission. So Amex then submits this information to the credit bureaus. It's all binaries, all ones and zeros. And it's typically on a monthly basis. If you look at the CRRG, the Metro 2 guides, it specifies that accounts must be reported on a certain frequency. The Metro 2 file contains all of Dom's updated account information, and then it's sent electronically. So they send this electronically through the Metro 2 formatting. And then the data is processed. So the credit bureaus receive this data from Amex in the Metro 2 format, and then they process it inside of their systems. So my report is now my report that you pull from Equifax, Dispute, and TransUnion that you might get through a third party like Credit Dyno. It's now displaying all the information that Amex sent in the Metro 2 formatting. All my balances and everything. So everything that you see on whatever credit monitoring that you have, everything that you see inside of Dispute Panda came from Amex, sent to the credit bureaus via Metro 2. So now it's displayed in a certain way. Now the 5th part is disputes and corrections. So let's say I review my Amex card and I say, I don't have any late payments, thank goodness. But say I was late on March of 2019 here. If I was to challenge that, then when I challenge that on my credit report, it also goes through to the Metro 2 format just inside of reverse order. So when the letters from your dispute letter goes to the credit bureaus, that is now goes through eOscar, it goes through a ADV system. It now is coded back into the Metro format and then sent back over to the data furnisher for a response. The 4th one was data processing, Charlotte. Okay, so let's break that down a little bit slower. Let's say Dom reviews his credit report and I find the error. They're saying that my payment of $100 for June is not reflected, so they marked me late. Dom can dispute this with the credit bureau, which then sends the information back to Amex in the Metro 2 format. So your letters get transcoded, turned into a formatting, and then the information on how they communicate goes back to Amex through Metro 2. Amex is obligated to investigate, provide some information, yada, yada, yada. And if they don't provide information back, that's how things get deleted. If they do provide information back, that's how things get verified and so on and so forth. So this entire flow. Now, here's the funny part. Did you pick up what I was putting down? If you send Factual, if you send Consumer Law, if you send Metro 2, if you send eOscar, whatever flavor of disputing you're sending, all the communication between the credit reporting agencies and the data furnishers who house the information goes through Metro 2 formatting. It's a coding language. Everyone got that. We all clear on that. Hold on for a second. Let me make this the spotlight. We all clear on that. Cool. Why are they? This thing is messing up how I want this to display. I want this to be the spotlight. Okay, cool. Got it. All right. So Metro 2 compliance care more about the reportability of the account, right? So when you're disputing, or as some say, challenging items via Metro 2, you don't care necessarily if it's factually accurate. You're not saying, hey, I wasn't late on May 1st or blah, blah, blah. You're questioning if I'm seeing a late payment on my report that I know shouldn't be late, you're questioning the entire reporting process that Amex used to send over that to the credit bureaus. Like, how did you get that wrong? That's what you're questioning. Now, sidebar. Once again, be careful because a lot of Metro 2 softwares use templates to kind of get things done. So what you want to avoid, once again, if you use a software, you don't want the words to stay the same every single last time. So sending the same exact words that other people are sending probably won't get you the results that you deserve. Now, if you want more information on Metro 2, let me open this up here. You want more info on Metro 2. This is where you want to go to. And I'm going to share this really quick. Let me make this the spotlight. Okay, so this is the 2020 Credit Reporting Resource Guide. This is 355 pages. They may have came out with a 2023 version of it. But this breaks down everything that we just talked about as far as Metro 2. I just condensed it for you so you can kind of understand it. It breaks down everything from the CDIA, the formatting, when you see on like how certain things are supposed to report, from child support to student loans to credit cards. When you're looking at your Metro 2 letters, when you see the base sector fields and the header record codes, this breaks all that down. So if you Google Metro 2 reporting guide, you will get this 355-page guide to understand how a data furnisher sends information over to the credit bureaus. And let me bring up my other screen. Hold on. Okay. Everyone cool on Metro 2? Before I move on to factual disputing, everyone cool on the understanding of what Metro 2 is, what it is not? Charlotte says, thank you. Perfect. No problem. Thank you. No problem, Colette. This is a great question. What if the data furnishers don't meet the compliance of CDIA? Can a consumer reporting agency delete the account? Yes. Because it shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? According to the standard, it should be accurate. It should be timely. It should be, you should not be sending over any information that is not in compliance with the standard. So it should not be on a consumer's credit report. Okay, what is factual disputing? Let's get into it. So drop in the chat what you guys feel as though. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Are you saving this live? Yes, this will be immediately available to you on YouTube. That's why we're doing it on YouTube. I'm not liking how I'm gonna come back here with it because I'm not liking how my camera isn't showing me. I want y'all to see me. All right, cool. So in the context of credit repair, factual disputing refers to the process of challenging inaccurate or misleading information on your credit reports. So it involves reviewing the credit reports from the credit bureaus, looking at it, finding an error, and then talking about that specific error on that credit report. So now you're getting specific. It's not about reportability. It's not as automated. It's not as fast. It's like, hey, I wasn't late on May 1st of blah, 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 blah. Right? So let me give you an example of what I mean. I need to bring up and we're going to log into the handy dandy Dispute Panda for this. Let me exit the screen share here. Let me add a new one back. All right, so if we're in Dispute Panda here, and can you guys still hear me? Hopefully you can still hear me. Okay, so if we're talking about factual disputing, let me go to myself really quickly. What we're doing in factual disputing, let's use this American Express card. Factual disputing requires you to come in here and analyze the account. So what your challenges are, you're challenging the specific things that you're seeing here, right? So if I hit this I and I'm looking at my payment history, let's just say, for example, I wasn't late on January 19th of 2019, but they were marking me as late. Then what I'll be putting in my dispute, so I want to go into here, I'll go into factual disputing mode. I would talk about I was not late on January of 2019 with this account. I have proof of statements, blah, 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 blah. You're very specific about what you're talking about here. You're just calling that out. Hey, remove that for me. Everyone clear on what that means? And then, of course, in Dispute Panda, you can just save it here. So when a lot of people say, oh, it just does Metro 2, the default engine of Dispute Panda is Metro 2. It's the automated attack engine, right? So as of right now, it uses Metro 2. In about 30 days, there's going to be built-in automated late payment logic. In 30 days from that, there's going to be some more built-in logic. So Dispute Panda, our vision is not just Metro 2. It's not just factual. It's just not just consumer law. It's an automated credit repair attack engine that combines all of them. You can manually put in factual right now, but in about 60 days, you probably won't even have to do that. Okay. And now you can challenge a particular account factually. You can challenge that account factually, and it gets the job done. That's what factual disputing will look like. It's very specific to the account. All right, let me stop this share. And let me share my other screen back. Give me a second. Cool. So that's what we got for factual disputing. Now let's keep it going. Where is my, hold on now. Here we go. Now, consumer law. Now, let me make this a little bit larger so you can see this. Consumer law. Consumer law in the world of credit repair is pretty much a fancy term for a bunch of laws and rules that are used to protect folks like you and me who want to improve their credit and deal with credit report issues, right? So we got the Fair Credit Reporting Act. This is 15 USC 1681. So you typically, when you hear consumer law people talking, they always talk about the law. They always mention the laws, right? So you got the Fair Credit Reporting Act, which is 15 USC 1681. You had the Fair Debt Collections Practice Act, which is 15 USC 1692. And then you got a whole bunch of other laws in which, you can move on to. So you got your credit repair, your CROA, your Truth in Lending Act, your Equal Credit Opportunity Act, your Electronic Funds Transfer Act. So what do these laws actually do? They lay out the rights and responsibilities when you're dealing with credit reporting and just things in general as a consumer. They also cover things like privacy, data security, making sure your info is handled properly, and basically how to keep debt collectors in check so they don't harass you and try to get money out of you and so on and so forth. Everyone clear on consumer law and factual disputing? I can keep going on explaining all like the Telephone Consumers Act, so the TCPA imposes restrictions on telemarketing calls, text messages and faxes. And then you got the e-Sign Act that recognizes and validates electronic signatures and records and transactions. And then you got the Fair Credit Billing Act. The FCBA provides protections to consumers in relations to billing errors. So a lot of people, when it comes to late payments, they will use the USC 15 USC 1666 timing of payments. We're going to get into some of those things as well, right? So consumer law is leveraging the laws. Got it. Now, let me show you a hypothetical consumer law dispute for a late payment. So you saw what the factual dispute will look like, right? Now I'm going to go back into Dispute Panda, and I'm going to use a consumer law for the late payment, just like I did the factual one. So give me a second. Let me switch my screens up. Hold on. Let me bring this up here. We're going to go right back into Dispute Panda. Give me a second, guys. I know the screen just kind of went down. There we go. I'm back for you. So for that same American Express, I'm going to remove it. And now I'm going to put in my consumer law messaging for this one. Now, this one I'm going to put a little bit deeper, a little bit denser than what I freestyled. So here, as you see, what am I doing differently than I did with the factual dispute? So what I wrote was, I'm writing to dispute the reporting of late payments on this account. According to the Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA 15 USC 1681 S-2A 1B, Creditors must provide accurate and timely information to credit reporting agencies. However, I have noticed that several payments were reported as late, despite being made within the due date period. For this credit card account, I made all payments within the grace period, so I should not be marked as late per 15 USC code 1666B. I demand that you update this account to never late as paid as agreed. The main, do y'all see the difference there? Oh, you said sound. You don't hear me? You guys couldn't hear me? Dang, I just said all that and you couldn't hear me? That's crazy. Hold on, I just said all that. You guys couldn't hear me? Okay, y'all hear me. Cool. So the main difference is so what are the main differences you see between the factual and the consumer law late payment challenge? Drop in the chat, what differences do you see when I was factually disputing the late payment versus when I was doing the consumer law version of the late payment? What's the difference? DePaul, I'm not an owner. I'm the CMO. Not the owner. I'm the CMO. Full disclosure, I do have equity. Wouldn't be outside without the equity. That's one thing I want to tell you. So while y'all putting in chat the differences between the factual dispute as well as the consumer law dispute, what are the main differences? Charlotte said I was more specific. So Charlotte, was I more specific with the factual dispute or was I more specific with the consumer law dispute? Terrence says, with the factual, you have specific proof. Oh, here we go. Mr. Ramses says, just that you're referring the law instead of saying it outright. Knowing the truth says, you mentioned the law. Garrett King said, I beard you. Well, I beard you too, sir. Okay. Let me take that down. So let me switch back. You were more detailed with the consumer law. Well, not necessarily, right? I just referenced the laws. So one thing you will see when people are talking about the laws, they will go to the specific law that they feel is being violated and add that to pad the dispute a little bit. You can technically still state the facts of this account, right? So I can use consumer law and factual disputing, and I can come in here and says, I noticed several late payments were reported as late, right? So instead of being generic there, I can say, however, I noticed that you marked me late in January of 2019. Despite payments being made within the due date period. So you can combine the two. The difference between the consumer law and the factual crowd is the consumer law folks rely heavily on stating the laws within their challenge and their dispute. They all get coded and go into the same thing. You got it? In my opinion, one is not better than the other. It gives another added flavor to it. But once you start getting into consumer law mode, if you're doing it from a perspective of you're not just spamming certain things that you kind of got from a guru, like, because it requires you to review the report and then go to the law to figure out which one is being violated and then come back in and write it in a certain way. That's how I kind of view it. Got it. Let me switch this up here. Let me switch this screen up. Let me take this down here, and I want to go back to my other screen. So those laws, right, they take a while to learn and understand and to be able to deploy into the tactic, though. It's definitely not an easy thing that you're just going to be able to pick up in a weekend compared to a Metro 2 or maybe even a factual dispute. To do consumer law disputing properly, to understand and then overstand and then implement, it takes a little bit more. I'm going to be honest with you. So let me ask you this. Is factual disputing and consumer law similar? Yes or no? Drop a yes in the chat if you feel as though they're similar. Put a no in the chat if you feel as though they're different. Is factual disputing and consumer law similar? Steven says yes. Ramsey says no. Let me know why they're not similar, Ramsey. I feel like I'm saying your name wrong. I feel really. Jeremy says no. Mr. Carter says yes. Give me some reasons why. Why do y'all feel that way? For my people who are saying no, just give me a 2 sentence on why you feel that way. For my people that's saying yes, just give me 2 sentences on why you feel as though they are similar. Dana says no. Mr. Frazier says yes. Just drop it in the chat. I know we got a small delay. Okay. All right. So while you guys are dropping that down in there, I'll keep moving on. So let me break it down for you in a casual way. Factual disputing and consumer law, they're kissing cousins. They're related, but different. That's a horrible analogy. They're related, but different. So factual disputing is like playing the detective with the credit reports, right? You dig deep and you challenge any inaccurate information based on solid evidence or the facts, which means you have to know how to pinpoint and find an error. So you got to know how to read a credit report and you got to know how to find something that's wrong. If you're dealing with clients, it may require you to have further discussions with your clients regarding those particular accounts. So you might have to ask your client, like, hey, man, send me your statements from your credit card bill or send me proof that you send over payments. Like because you want to deal within facts, right? So it's all about questioning the accuracy of specific claims or information. Consumer law, on the other hand, it's a set of rules and regulations that protect you as a consumer. It basically covers your rights as dealing with businesses like credit reporting agencies and debt collectors and so on and so forth. So if factual disputing is a way to deal with the credit reporting inaccuracies, consumer law is the bigger picture that sets the rules to protect you throughout the credit repair process. You're kind of doing them both. Because to understand consumer law, it strengthens your factual dispute. Okay. So how long does each method takes? So based off what we've done here, Metro 2, consumer law versus factual disputing, out of the three, which one do you think takes the longest? So line them up. Metro versus consumer law versus factual disputing. Which one takes the longest to do? I like that, ProBiz. You said they're similar, but consumer law is the added punch. Dana says, with the law, you can apply the law as an interpretation. That is true. Yeah, Steven, I know I need a better analogy, bro. That's why I was like, I should have canned that one. Tanya said they both have facts, but which one takes the longest? Which one takes the longest, y'all? Consumer law, Metro 2, or factual disputing? And I'm going to have a little hot take here. In my heart of hearts, Steven says factual takes longer. Okay. In my heart of hearts, I believe that Metro 2 was misclassified. Ooh, this is spicy. Because Metro 2 is a data format, I think it was advertised as a special way to dispute, where in reality, it's an automated disputing method. That's why I was kind of looking at like Metro 2 disputes, right? Like, if you take a step back and you say, well, what am I getting when I do Metro 2? Your software is doing the analysis. It's deciding what verbiage goes into what. That's the gist of it for me. Some softwares only focus on the Metro 2 stuff. Some softwares will combine Metro 2, factual, and consumer law. So if you look at some of your Dispute Panda attacks, the laws are referenced in those attacks. They are. So Dispute Panda is an automated disputing engine that leverages all three. Could it be stronger in certain areas? Of course. Right? Like late payments, for example, when and when not to attack, when to ask for deletion versus ask for update for paid as agreed. Those things are being trained into the engine. But I view Metro 2 systems as form of a automated attack process that alleviates you from having to learn or go deep into the laws for challenging things. I would argue that factual and consumer law take about the same amount of time when you know what you're doing. And I'm not talking about the things where you just put verify this account. I don't consider that factual disputing or consumer law disputing. Factual disputing, consumer law disputing, to me requires an analysis of the account and you speaking factually about the account and then adding the law to support the facts. That's just me, though. I think there's going to be some people who view that differently, but when you have to analyze each account and you have to determine that the different verbiage each time you're going to put for a late payment versus multiple clients, that's always going to take longer. When I was using other systems to do credit repair, it would take probably around 30 minutes per file or maybe even longer to do factual and consumer law disputing because you're being specific there, right? I'm not just spamming, you don't have permissible purpose. You don't have permissible purpose. You don't have permissible. That's not consumer law. I mean, it's using the law, but it's not a true consumer law attack, right? So when you're looking at a credit report and you're putting down all factual and all consumer law, you're going to spend 20, 30, 40 minutes, and it requires a little bit of skills to do it. You maybe can't just get a random VA to do that method of challenging because it requires them to know the laws. Oh, you said a mouthful right here. And you said a lot right here. So for example, and I wanted to bring this up here. So if you look at the Fair Credit Reporting Act, right, FCRA, the new one, the 2023 one, even breaks down all the laws into it. When you understand the FCRA and the laws, it is extremely powerful for you getting results. It's extremely powerful for you to even sue and leverage. My pre-litigation folks, they know the laws. There's a lot of them out there that, they sue in the credit bureaus at the drop of a dime because they know that, okay, if you sent me a stall letter or I sent in a dispute and you didn't update the dispute status to in dispute, you have violated these laws here. So if you look at the FCRA on the left-hand side of the house, and you can Google this, you'll see the sections of the FCRA, 601 to 628. On the right side of it, you see other USC codes. So at the FCRA is 15 USC 1681. Your consumer law person is just going to say 15 USC 1681 A, B, blah, blah, blah. Your factual disputing person might say FCRA section 611, but they're talking about the same things. So when you understand this, it makes your life a whole lot easier. All right, let's keep it going. All right, what are the advantages of each method? Let me take Ramsey says, what's the best way to understand the terminology of the FCR book? The credit bureaus are playing by 15 USC 1681, aka the FCRA. It outlines how long FCRA section 611, or in this instance, hold on for a second, FCRA section 611, procedures in case of disputed accuracy, are aka 15 USC 1681 I, let you know how long the credit bureaus have to respond to a dispute that you sent. This is your rule book here. If you look at the FCRA, if you look at 15 USC 1681, you would know that there's nothing in here saying that when you call the credit bureaus, they're supposed to tell you the status of your dispute or if you received it. The rules or the law from 15 USC 1681 or the FCRA specify that the credit bureaus must have a toll-free number. But when you read this, you'll be able to understand what the credit bureaus are supposed to do, what they're not supposed to do, what the data furnishers are supposed to do, what they're not supposed to do. If you want to take it further, you can go into the FDCPA. So the FDCPA is 15 USC 1692, right? If you were to Google Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, you will see that this says 15 USC 1692. And this 7-page document breaks down the same thing that's inside of 15 USC 1692. If you were to read these two documents, it won't take long. It's boring, but you will start to understand what works and what doesn't work when it comes to attacking things. Great question, by the way. All right, so what are the advantages of each method? And how do I remove this down? All right, what are the advantages of each method? Well, the Metro 2 or the automated disputing method, the advantage is that if your system is trained on the FCRA and the 15 USC, you get a mixture of an automated disputing method and the laws. What it won't provide you, unless it's a more mature system, and knock on wood, we'll be there in a little bit, 60 days. It won't give you like a factual disputing arm per se, right? Like, especially when it comes to like certain late payments, because you need to build in logic on what to do in certain scenarios. I'll give you a great point. You might have a credit report that has 20 years of history, and that you have a recent late payment on something that you've had for 20 years. You may not want to challenge that, but your system might mark it as a late because you have a late payment in the last 30 days or so, right? Your factual disputing mode kicks in when you review that account and says, because I know that 15% of my credit score is history, I don't want to take this off. So I'm not going to challenge that. Or I'm going to modify the attack to say update to paid as agreed, never late versus go for a deletion, right? Consumer law is factual disputing's advantage is that you're calling out factual inaccuracies. So when the credit bureaus do not respond properly to factual inaccuracies, you have the ability to sue them for damages and violating your rights. Just like that. A Metro 2 system, unless it's using some form of fax or catches the credit bureau in not responding in a timely manner or stalling you out, can lead to litigation. But when you are getting down to the nitty gritty of, I want to sue somebody, factual disputing, consumer law has a major advantage of it. Because the consumer law is telling you what your damages will be by them violating your rights, right? Your factual disputing lines the credit bureaus up or the entity up saying, hey, this is wrong and here's why. If they don't acquiesce and fix things immediately, boom, I can go straight to the pre-litigation side of the house, or this should be deleted from my credit report. But it's a slower process. Got it? Disadvantages of each. Factual disputing and consumer law, and even suing the credit bureaus will take time. It might take you 30 minutes on a profile to do factual and consumer law disputing, where it will take you less than 2 minutes to do a Metro 2 attack. It will take you less than 2 minutes to do a Metro 2 attack. So you're balancing speed as well. Is it less effective? No, not necessarily. I've been a factual dispute consumer law guy for a long time. The credit bureaus are still going to do what they do. There's been instances in which I've sent a factual dispute, consumer law, had them dead to rights, proof of it. They still came back and said it was verified. So I still had to follow the process of letting them know that there's no way that this can be verified because here are the facts. So just because you're sending a factual dispute or a consumer law dispute does not make the credit bureaus do what they're supposed to do according to the law, right? That's the unfortunate thing about all of these methods. There's still a process that is going to be followed or not followed by the credit bureaus. And if you looked at any of the CFPB reports, they've been saying the credit bureaus, regardless of what kind of attack you're sending, they might be backed up. So they may not even reply, or they might just kick off a stall anyway. So the disadvantages is, well, consumer law factual disputing takes time. And you still can, and Metro 2 is fast, but you still can't control the response you'll get from the credit bureau, because if they don't review your dispute, then you got to follow up with another method. Now, the beauty of having all of the methods, right? The beauty of having all the methods in one platform, right, is if you start off with a Metro 2 dispute to get the ball rolling and you don't get a response, you can go into Dispute Panda, the static letters, and send a failure to response, which will reference the laws, FCRA section 611 USC 1681, saying, hey, you did not respond in a timely manner. So you can start off with the Metro 2, see what the credit bureaus are responding with, and then take the time to leverage into factual disputing or consumer law. So I use it as use all of the methods. Or if you really want to be fancy, right? And let me show you the static letter, just in case people don't know where that is. I'm going to reshare the screen here. Give me a second. So say, for instance, you send off that first attack. Keep editing. You send out that first attack, Metro 2, and then they come back and they stall you out. Hold on for a second. Save filter. I knew it was going to log me out. So the instance what I'm referring to is here. So you come in, you send off your attack. You don't get a response within a 30-day period per FCRA 611, 15 USC 1681 I or J. Don't quote me on that. Now you want to know what follow what I do. Most systems will say, keep attacking. Send 4 rounds until you know. Well, why would you continue to attack as opposed to use the laws to your advantage at that point? That's my thinking of it, right? So if you did not respond in a timely manner, no problem. I'm going to come in here, go to my static letters, and I'm going to hit you with a failure to respond. Why would I do that? Because now I want to invoke the laws to say, hey, I sent you an attack 35 days ago. You either sent me a stall letter or you didn't respond. I included my proper driver's license, my SSN, my proof of address was fine. Now I want to use the laws against you. My pre-litigation folks, they send off the first attack, and then if you don't respond, oh, we suing. That's how they work, because they're using the laws. It'll be the same way if you don't do the pre-litigation side of the house. It's no different than, say you got something deleted, right? If you got something deleted using Metro 2, why would you keep it? And it came right back onto the profile and you didn't get notified. So according to the law, the credit bureau is supposed to notify you of reinsertion of any accounts that were previously deleted in writing 5 days before they put it back. Why would you send another attack instead of coming in here using a free static letter and say, hey, those items I challenged, those 2 items were reinserted back onto my profile, but you did not send me or my client something in writing. You can use the laws that way. So I'm a fan of meshing everything together, because if we go back to an example of clearing our land, I want the best tools for the job of clearing that credit report. So I'm going to use Metro. I'm going to use Factual. I'm going to use consumer law. I might even get fancy and use them all together and go with a handwritten fine. I do that. You should too. So say you wanted to use consumer law and Metro 2 coding at the same time, no problem. You will come in here. You can choose any style of attack. Let's say you want to have everything on one item. If you use a Supreme Boosted or Supreme attack, you will have the Metro coding on top of it, as well as the additional verbiage. And then your factual dispute or your consumer law verbiage will be in there as well. You can mix and match. You should be able to mix and match. Miss Angel, I do answer questions, but I got to get through the presentation first. I will answer all those questions for you. No worries. I got you. All right, so let me go back to this window here. All right, so let's get into what you should avoid with each method. When it comes to consumer law or factual disputing, the thing that you need to avoid, because I've been in all the classes, is what people typically do is they, instead of reading the laws and understanding for themselves, right? They'll get with someone who is knowledgeable of it, and then that person will create a template for you so you can send it with your attacks, right? So for example, timing, permissible purpose is the most egregious one that's misunderstood when it comes to consumer law because people interpret it wrong. It'll be like, oh, I did not give you permissible purpose to report these late payments to the credit bureaus. Yes, you did. When you signed that terms of service and signed up for the credit card, you did. So the thing you want to avoid with consumer law is just spamming laws, thinking that's going to get something deleted. Newsflash. Late payments aren't illegal. I'm going to say that out there. Let me just drop my Rick Ross.
Accusations. These are not accusations. This is false accusation. And
late payments aren't illegal. And what people truly misunderstood is this, right? Like the grace period thing. Like if you read 15 USC 1688B, 1666B, timing of payments, this is one of the most egregiously one used outside of permissible purpose. You will understand that your late payments can be reported. But I'm not going to get into a massive discussion on all the things that are wrong there. So when it comes to consumer law, the first thing you need to understand, read the law. Understand it, overstand it before you just start spamming it. When it comes to factual disputing, there's really not much stuff to avoid with that one. One thing I would say is to say you're challenging multiple late payments. Some instances you may not want to challenge all of them at the same time, right? You may want to challenge the one you had in January, the first round, and then you want to come back to challenge the one you had in March, the second round. So you're varying what you're disputing. A lot of people will just clump everything all up in one together, when in reality, you might want to break it up. And can you combine all three methods? You can. You can combine. Oh, I'm sorry. One thing with Metro, this is the part I want you to avoid with Metro, because in my research, people were not reading the letters in their Metro 2 systems. So whatever system you use that's using Metro, when you create your letter for your 2 or 3 clients or for yourself or whatever like that, create the same type of attack for multiple clients at a time and then review each letter. If the only thing that changes on that letter is a table, then you are being served a template. And that template is no different than the Metro 2 PDFs that you buy where you can just insert your stuff and you put the base sector codes on it. So just be mindful. Review the letters. Are the words changing? Are they challenging different things? Or is the only thing changing is the image? Number 2, when it comes to disputing, your letters do not have to be 90 pages long. That's not how this works. Everything gets codified down into a single code or 2, and your length of paper does not change your efficiency. Do we understand that? That you sending a 20-page dispute for 3 items is not more effective. It's never been. We got that? So whether it's a consumer law, a factual dispute, you don't have to put 17 pages per account to challenge something or to attack something. You don't have to spend $37 in mail and 72 stamps to challenge something. Metro 2 does not have to be expensive. You don't have to kill multiple trees to actually have proper Metro 2 attacks. Do we understand that? Despite what you've heard before, despite what was sold, you do not need to use 50-cent words to get your point across. Are we clear on that? Oh, this is a bar. This is a bar. Let's give an air horn for Cindy. Raise your facts, not your words. Okay. Dana says, so people suggest that a letter should have mistakes or grammatically incorrect. I disagree. It don't matter. It can be like I've heard them all. I've heard that you should convert it to Spanish. I've heard that you should use a purple pen. I've heard every single last thing. Every single last thing. In my excruciating testing, a lot of testing, negligible differences at best. At best. All right. Can I combine all three? Absolutely, you can combine all three. All right, so I'm ready to get into this Q&A. Let's get into this Q&A section. So I'm going to switch over here. Hold on. Let me remove this from the scene here. I'm going to fix my camera. All right, so we're going to get into the Q&A here. So we've had pre-submitted questions and we have questions in the chat, right? So I'm going to interchange. I'm going to go from chat questions to pre-submitted questions and back and forth. I do want to honor everyone who actually used the form. So I'm going to answer about 5 pre-submitted questions and then double back to the chat. Is that okay with everybody? Can I get some pandas in the... Matter of fact, let's take a step back. Did I do a okay enough job in explaining Metro 2 versus consumer law versus factual? Did I give you enough so you feel comfortable understanding? Did I give you enough so you feel comfortable going out and getting more information on your own? Can we start there? Can I get some pandas in the chat if I did enough to let you know between Metro 2, consumer law, and factual disputing? And if it wasn't enough, feel free to DM me and say, hey, man, I wish you would have covered this scenario. I got you for the next time. Miss Angel said you did your thing. You did an amazing job. I'm about to be the guru. Charlotte said I'm about to be the guru. Listen, promise me this. Call up that cousin. You know that cousin, the cool cousin, the one that, y'all do extra stuff on Thanksgiving. Y'all walk around the corner and y'all come back, your eyes a little glassy. Call that cousin up, add them into your Dispute Panda account, get their credit report, and start helping them. As you already know, if they're using Credit Dino, you're going to get the attacks for free. But now you know a little bit about Metro 2. You know enough about factual disputing. You know a little bit about consumer law where you can help out somebody that you love, right? And my goal will be for you to get so good at helping your friends and family that they turn to you and say, hey, man, you should turn this into a business. Now we cooking with grease. That's my goal for y'all. That is my goal for y'all. Okay, so back. Let's get into these questions. So number one, we're going to start with Christopher. How do I get started on my own credit repair? Very simple, Christopher. It's super simple, actually. Let me add this to the scene really quickly. Matter of fact, let me take this off. I don't like that screen share. Let me remove that. So number one is very simple, Christopher. Get yourself a Dispute Panda account. If you go to disputepanda.com, you go to the sign up page, you should be able to get an account within 2 minutes. We actually made a video on it the other day. It's going to be real easy for you to kind of knock that out. Matter of fact, let me just throw this up there for you. And so you know where to find it, because there was a lot of people that did not know where to find stuff, which was interesting to me. So let me just throw this up there really quickly. I'm going to add this to the screen. So if you go to disputepanda.com/training, first of all, you're going to see the attack guide. This is going to break down. And if I open this up, this helps you with what to do for your first 12 rounds. And this is, you can mix and match, right? So this gets into the attack name that you should send versus the variation and so on and so forth. And since you can mix and match, right? You would still send, for example, a Pinwheel Supreme boosted, but say your second round, you can do a round kick premium, but do factual disputing. You do a round kick supreme and do consumer law. And then you can do round kick regular and do Metro 2 again, or your automated disputing. That's how you do it. That's number one. Number two, if you come here, there is a training for everything. So how to import credit dyno, full training, how to get access to Dispute Panda, how to add clients to Dispute Panda. And we're updating all of these going forward. Literally every single last thing you need to do in Dispute Panda, you can find on the training tab. And if you still need help, hit that contacts tab and then drop a line here. Support is 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday, 24 hours a day. There are support people in the chat right now talking to y'all. And you even got your little message icon that you can use. So I don't want to take this out the scene. Let me just move down. Let me just delete it out. Okay, boom. So that's number one, Christopher. So yeah, get yourself a Dispute Panda account and be great. Number two. So this is a good one. So Matt says, how are CROs getting expedited or under 30-day account deletions? I've seen this as well. So there is nothing in the FCRA or USC 1681 that says the credit bureaus cannot send the results sooner than 30 days. It says they have up to 30 days once they receive a notice of disputed accuracy. So there are some instances in which the credit bureau will turn around fairly fast and say, you know what? We got this one wrong, so we're going to delete it. That happens, right? However, most likely, 9 times out of 10, they will take the full 30 days. So if you send something on the 1st, it gets there on the 5th, it gets there on the 7th. 30 days from the 7th is when they have to respond to that dispute. But are there times in which things can get deleted in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? Yeah. It depends on how fast they look at it, how fast they do their investigation. Is it rare? I feel as though it's rare this day and age. I would love to see a test of people doing this for 6 months and how many times did they get responses within 2 or 3 or 4 days. Now, the other side in which I've noticed that folks can get results fairly quickly is there was a time when the credit bureaus allowed you to fax disputes. So, for example, you can get your dispute there that same night, or you overnight it, right? So say you send overnight mail, which is going to cost you a little bit more, and it gets there in our 2-day mail or 1-day mail, and it gets there in a day. If your attack or if your dispute is opened up the Wednesday and they finish their investigation by Thursday, there's a possibility they're already updating the results. So you can send faster mail, you can fax, you can upload, but the law states they have 30 days to do their job. And 9 times out of 10, man, they're going to take that full time. Another way is if you're doing the identity theft thing. So an instance of identity theft, right? If you go to identitytheft.gov and your customer or you have a legitimate victim of identity theft, you get your police report, you send that over to the credit bureaus. Identity theft guarantees a deletion. So if you combine identity theft affidavit, a true one, please, you don't want to go to jail. If you combine a true identity theft scenario with faxing, uploading, priority mail, then the chances of you getting things expedited are much, much, much quicker. The last one will be the combination of a creditor dispute, right? So if I'm a victim of identity theft and I go get my police report, I do my identitytheft.gov thing, I'm sending it to the credit bureaus, and then I turn around and send it to American Express and Capital One. The creditor now can also send over their Metro 2 to say, hey, delete this account because this person was a victim of identity theft before the credit bureaus finish their investigation. So there's several ways that's occurring, but 9 times out of 10, it should take around 30 days. Everyone kind of clear on that? Mitch, identity theft meaning FTC. Yeah, so identitytheft.gov is where people will go to for legitimate identity theft. Please do not listen to the gurus and the people telling you just go file these false police reports. You're going to get yourself in trouble. What Bernie Mac say? Trouble, trouble, trouble. You don't want to do it. Don't do it. Reconsider. Rolanda says, I tried the fax, but the fax number is down. So yeah, I have no good fax numbers. Rolanda, we actually were planning on building this inside of our the platform, but when it became unreliable, we were like, man, we can't do that. Hey, JM, can you do me a favor and make sure we're blocking the person spamming in the chat, please? One second, you guys. I'll make sure that this is handled so we can get back to the stream. Done. Thank you, JM. I appreciate you. Knowing the truth. I got you. I got that one for you. I'm gonna get to it. So here's a good one. And this, knowing the truth, this answers your question as well. How can I see deleted items in Dispute Panda, and can the social media graphic and score increases be sent via the client portal? They can. This is a Dispute Panda Pro feature. So you have Dispute Panda, then you have Dispute Panda Pro, right? So I want to exit the screen share here. Let me add it back really quickly. So let me add this. So when you have a Dispute Panda Pro account, if you go to your client here, let me just go to myself. You're going to have this updates tab open. So when you first re-import the client, you don't have this updates tab. And then when you take out the report, or you do your one-click import or whatever it might be, you'll have an updates tab here that breaks down the credit scoring. So this is a pro feature, right? So Dispute Panda is not a CRM. Dispute Panda Pro is a CRM. So if you wanted a scenario where your clients you want to do billing for your clients, then that's your subscription tab. If you want to inbox your clients, that's Dispute Panda Pro. So say you wanted to, so this shows all your deletions, what's updated to positive, what's updated to negative. You also have your social media share report here. So for example, say you didn't want to use Canva. You didn't want to have to, go to Canva and download the results. You can come in here and just share this straight to social media. So I already know there's other softwares claiming they're getting ready to do this. We had it in the software since April. And then all your logos come in here from Dispute Panda Pro too. So when you go to your settings and your organizational tab, you're going to add your logo, your phone number, your website information. So when your client gets their encrypted portal, they see all that stuff. They don't see Dispute Panda. They see everything that you're doing for them. But yeah, the way you get your client, that's the Dispute Panda Pro feature, the communicating with clients, the integrated billing, the downloadable reports, the shareable reports, the inboxings, the subscriptions forms here, the plans that you want to have, even the reports of, hey, over the last 7 days, how many things that got deleted, that's all Dispute Panda Pro. Is that clear? So that is how you get social media graphics, and that does go through the encrypted portal. So even so when birthdays come up and things like that, your client will get a message inside their encrypted portal saying, hey, happy birthday from, whatever you wanted to say. Now, Dispute Panda Pro is for somebody who wants to be a credit repair professional and have everything inside of one ecosystem. And I will say this, when you're first starting out, right, you need to focus on getting clients or helping more people before immediately jumping into Pro or something like that, right? So this is why you can use the Dispute Panda, get used to it, get the results that you want, and then upgrade to Pro when you need it. So in your scenario, if you need something like that, hop on Pro, bro. All right. How does the system build credit? So JD, the system, Dispute Panda doesn't build credit, but if you watched Dispute Panda Live 1, I do break down how you can drastically improve your credit in 6 months without even sending a tax. So you pretty much have to build your credit in that regard. Michelle, how do you get started? Go to disputepanda.com, grab yourself an account. Aziza says, does Dispute Panda do Metro 2 letters? Does Panda allow us to dispute with the secondary bureaus? Does Panda have anything else for dispute and check systems? So as of right now, nothing in check systems, but Dispute Panda's default engine, the AI version 2, uses Metro 2 and machine learning. So as deletions occur, it updates the attack engine. Version 3 will have the advanced logic when it comes to Metro 2, factual disputing, and consumer law. Secondary bureaus, absolutely. So let me show you guys everything about secondary bureaus really quickly. So if I was to go back to here, let me go back to myself here. You can send to the secondary bureaus, and we recommend this 100% for free. You can generate the attack for free. You can download and mail on your own for free, or you can mail through the system. But when you get to your attacks tab here, let me bring this up a little bit more. You want to go to start new round, and then you want to go to static letters. When you scroll down, you're going to see LexisNexis, Innovis, LCI, ARS, Credco, Clarity, DataX, Microbilk, Factor Trust. So if you're challenging a bankruptcy, right, you're most likely going to send to LexisNexis, Innovis, LCI, ARS, and I believe Credco. If you're challenging debt collections, you would send to the various secondary bureaus as well. Now, if you need to understand which one each secondary bureau does, there's going to be an I right next to the name. And when you click that, it's going to break down the information about it. So for example, LexisNexis collects information from public records and multiple proprietary data sources. This includes real estate transactions, ownership data, liens, judgments, bankruptcies. So within Dispute Panda, you can do Metro 2, consumer law, factual disputing, and send to the secondary credit bureaus, as well as some additional things. So for my pre-litigation people, there's a cease and desist and refusal to pay in here. There's debt validation letters in here. There's a goodwill letter in here. There's a pay for deletion letter in here. There's a bankruptcy court letter here. There's a failure to respond or stall letter response. There's a personal information letter. There's a reinsertion. There's method of verification. You have everything you need to be able to get the job done. You have all the tools needed to clear the land. All right, so now I'm going to transition back over to the comments inside of the chat since I'm doing. All right, so Angela says, what credit reports easily import? So you can use any smart credit or smart credit white label. You can use Identity IQ. You can use MyScore IQ. You can use any array white label. As far when it comes to one-click importing, the only credit monitoring that does the one-click importing and provides the 7 years of credit reporting history is Credit Dyno. Why is that? Well, we went to the other credit monitoring places and we asked them, hey, we would like to build one-click imports for you as well. Here is the fee for us to do that. They said no. So they didn't get one-click import. Simple as that. Dispute Panda is open to any credit monitoring who is willing to properly negotiate the cost of importing one-click imports and supporting their system. I would tell you like this: when you build an ecosystem, right? Say you built the best club in New York. You built the best club in New York. Everyone comes to your club. They love your club. Somebody comes to you and say, hey, man, your club is popping. We like it. This is awesome. You should put this brand of liquor inside of the club for free. Would you say yes to that? Now, I'll still sell your liquor. You can still use it. But hey, if you want special ways to do things, let's negotiate on how to do that. Let's come up with something that makes sense for everyone. What we didn't understand at Dispute Panda, why any credit software would just automatically just include everything in there at the cost of the software. It costs a lot of money to build in some of these things, and they always change. So you can use everything. But when it comes to the special features, we want to have conversations with everybody. And let's just say a lot of the credit monitoring companies are used to doing things a certain way. And that's why you don't see them in there with a one-click import. All right, so let me scroll up a bit because I know there was a bunch of questions in here. Netta said, what should you do if you sent a one round of attacks and then you were summoned to court? What's next? Did not expect this. So keep in mind, even if you got that item deleted from your credit report, that does not absolve your legal obligation to pay that debt. So I'll give you a great example. Say in your instance, Netta, you had a debt collection, and that debt collection is inside of the state and federal statute of limitations. The only way a debt collector can sue you is if the debt that you owe them is within your state statute of limitations. So if that state statute of limitations is 4 years for that credit card, and it's year 3 of you not paying what you owe, regardless if you send a dispute or not, they have 4 years to take you to court to litigate. Got it? Even if you go to court, I still wouldn't necessarily stop the disputing process. Now, what should you do if this is you or your client? You have to reply to the court summons. A lot of debt collectors, a lot of debt shops will put in paperwork saying that they are suing you in hopes that you get scared and you automatically settle, you automatically pay. So my question to you is, one, respond to the court summons. Make sure you provide all the necessary information. Make sure you show up. Number 2, if this is for you or a client, this might be the time to try to work out a pay for deletion or settlement for deletion. I would rather you get this settled before it goes to court and becomes a public record than afterwards. You want to stop the bleeding. You can still continue to attack this item once it's paid up, but all they care about is money. This is not a credit reporting issue. If you go to court or if you settle beforehand and now it's going to say settled as agreed on your credit report or paid as agreed on your credit report, or it's just going to say closed collection, you still can challenge that item to get it removed from your credit report in several ways. But number 1, you must reply to that court summons. You must show up because you don't want to lose by default. You either lose by fighting or you lose by default when it comes to the court system. Hopefully that answered the question. How do I send a link to my client for them to send the SSN and upload documents? This is pretty easy to do. Let me just show you how to do this. Let me just go to myself as a client here. So when you have your pro account, you can hit the 3 dots to the right here and it says send SCA invitation. Once you send that, whatever email that you have set up for the client, it will go to their email. Ramsey says, when receiving a letter from the creditor or collection agency showing that the information is verified with proof of statement or bill, would you recommend a cease and desist letter or pay for delete? Okay, this is a good question. So, here's my question to you, Ramses. I'm assuming you sent your letter to the credit bureaus and they specify verified? Or did you send a debt validation letter or a cease and desist to the debt collector? Because keep in mind, if you send a cease and desist and refusal to pay to that debt collector, that's invoking your rights under USC 1692. You're basically saying, hey, stop contacting me. I do not plan on paying this debt. Right? That doesn't remove it from the credit report. That's you putting them on notice to only communicate with you in writing. Don't call your phone. Don't pester you, and so on and so forth. So when you say something came back verified, typically that's a response from the credit bureau. So Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion will say something is verified. If you're sending anything to a debt collector, it's either a debt validation letter or a cease and desist refusal to pay, or you possibly send them a demand letter if you're into the pre-litigation side of things. So I just want to be clear on what we're referring to here. If the credit bureaus came back, said it was verified, then you will go into Dispute Panda, you will go to your static letter section, and then you will send off the method of verification letter. That's one way of handling that. The second way of handling that is you can move to your second round of attacking, right? So if you send your method of verification letter, wait 30 days for a response. If they come back with the procedures and everything noting how it was verified, you can move to another form of attack to see if you can get it removed that way. But as far as the debt collector goes, it's only a few things that you can do with them. You can send them a demand letter saying they're violating your rights in some way and talk about litigation. You can send them a debt validation letter. You can send them a cease and desist refusal to pay. There's some people, when it comes to charge off, they like to send a 1099-C if it's one of those instances. But typically the credit bureau say verified. Debt collectors will come back with just proof of the account being sent over to them. Miss Angel says, would you build a client portal? So Miss Angel, a client portal is already included inside of Dispute Panda Pro. So that's a Dispute Panda Pro feature, not a Dispute Panda feature. So Dispute Panda Pro is the CRM. It's the tool that allows you to do inbox communications, integrated billing, client re-imports, updates, have your client do everything. You would just have to simply upgrade to Dispute Panda Pro and you get that feature. Rolanda says, I have a business credit card reporting on my personal and late payments are killing me. So there are some business credit cards that do report to personal. I know the Capital One Spark at one point in time reported to business and personal side of the house. How you will handle that is the same way you will attack the late payments any other way. So the first question I will ask you, Yolanda, is how long has the account been open and how many late payments are we talking about? Because generally, if your account only has 2 or 3 late payments in year 4 or 5 of the account and has been open longer than 5 years, you're not necessarily attacking that for deletion. You're attacking that to try to get it updated, right? You don't want to lose the account history. You don't want to lose all 5 years of payment history just for 2 late payments. But if you have multiple late payments and it's just a sea of red, then you're trying to get that thing deleted completely, right? So you're using the Metro, you're using the Factual, you're using consumer law, and you're going to go back and forth round by round to get that account deleted or removed from your profile. K-Mac, peace. Is it too late if I sent my personal letters after my first attack? No. So the good thing about Dispute Panda is every attack will have a call to update or fix the personal information. However, what we recommend before you send off any attacks is that you ensure that your personal information is updated as much as possible. And I'm gonna bring this over here. So my voice went down. What you would do in that particular scenario is, let me switch this up. What you would do in that particular scenario is you would, let me recap. So when you're sending off your personal information attacks, every single last Dispute Panda attack has a personal information request in it already. But prior to sending your attacks, what you should do is you want to make sure that your profile is updated with the most information. You have a driver's license with your most information that matches the profile. Your utility bill has the most information that matches the profile, and you have your SSN. All the names on it should match. All the addresses should match across the board. Then you send in your personal information attack. But more importantly, you want to make sure that all your creditors who are reporting information to Equifax Experience Transfusion has the updated information as well. So you keep everything clean, and you should be good to go. Go back to this screen here. And sorry if this sound dropped out. One of my cameras doesn't have the sound enabled. I just figured that out. All right, let me get back to the questions that were submitted on the forum. Okay. So here's one. How do I find out which attack or round number I'm on for each client? So this one is fairly easy too, right? So when you are in your attacks tab, you will see, if you hit show all, it will break down all the attacks and whatever that you sent. So as you see, it'll say attack 1 here. I've had stuff in here since August 18th of 2022. And then you see everything is lined up for you between attacks and static. So it'll change depending on which one you're sending. So this one lets you know the date and time as well. So you can see that's in your attacks tab, and you can see this in history tab doesn't provide you that information, but your attacks tab will. All right, so here's a good one. So this is one where we're actually updating the system because of this, and we got information back. So Jeremy says, I mailed out an attack with certified mail, and it still says that the letters are in transit when I click the tracking number. How long should I wait before I send the next round? So inside of Dispute Panda, if you go to your letters tab here, our system is attempting to track the letters that are sent through Panda Mail. So each letter technically has to be scanned by a USPS postal service person in order to relay a status back to us. Only certified mail has a forced scanning requirement. So what you'll see here is if you go in here and you click mail statuses, we break down the 6 different mail statuses that you have, right? So received is a guaranteed status. Mailed is a guaranteed status. Anything after received in mail, which includes in transit, in local area, processed for delivery, or delivered, are things that require scannable events. Well, so the only 2 guaranteed scans that we get, whether it's first class mail or certified mail, is received or mailed. Now, in transit basically means it's on its way. In local area means it's right next to the destination. Processed for delivery, which means it's going to be there within a day, and delivered means it's been delivered. There are instances, even with certified mail, that your window here, let me lower this down. So if you were to go into the post office and you were to mail off first class mail, right? You wouldn't get a tracking status back for first class mail at all. You'll just get like, hey, it's in the wind. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get the U.S. postal worker to say, hey, man, when it gets to each station, can you scan and send us something back? They don't do that. So they don't do that often either. Number 2, what we've realized is that when you're sending to Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, it's a P.O. box. Oftentimes, that P.O. box will stop at a either process for delivery, in transit, or a delivered status. Because if it's a P.O. box, sometimes it'll just deliver directly inside of the post office, so they don't even scan the last step. So like process to delivery is even still a delivered status. Now, when you're sending certified, you will get the certified tracking. Let me see if I got some certified ones on here. Hold on for a second. Let me find a certified one. Nope, didn't send that one certified. Trying to find one where I sent certified. Give me a second. Here we go. All right, so even this one, right? It says like in local area, even though it's a certified tracking one. So when I open this one up, you will see that it's delivered off the USPS website. So because the Dispute Panda's letter tab is reliant on the postal worker to scan it and send it back to us, we don't get every single last thing, unlike a certified tracking thing, which is automatic. So when you come in here and you click on these certified tracking links, you will go based off your certified tracking link, not based off the letter status here. Because what we're getting inside the letter status is mainly built off us trying to track down, say, first class mail. So what we've learned, speaking with several of these smaller post offices around here, they said, hey, we just don't have the staff to do the scanning back to relay it back to you. So we are going to probably go down to 3 mail statuses for the letter dashboard because it just causes confusion. Like if you would have mailed off a first class letter, like one of these. So all the letters are, let me remove this. Like all the letters go off on like your typical letter envelope like this, right? If I was to go to a post office and drop this off, I'm not going to get any tracking status. We're trying to track letters like this, first class mail back, and sometimes they don't scan. That don't mean it's delivered though. So in your instance, you'll go by your certified tracking and not by the letter status inside of Dispute Panda because unfortunately we can't force the postal service to do different things. That's the unfortunate thing. One thing that I wish I could have 100% certainty of is How do I get Jane in the postal office to scan the letters that you guys send through so we get 100% reliable statuses back on the letters tab outside of received and mailed? Here's the same thing from Jake. Why don't the letters sent out update tracking info? All the letters say delivered. When I click the tracking number, the Dispute Panda, it only says 3 were delivered. It goes back to the same thing. If you sent certified mail, you need to go by the certified tracking versus the status in the letter tab, because the status in the letter tab is relying on the postal worker scanning versus getting the certified tracking number back to you. Sean says, how do I use the round 2 dispute for my personal credit? Pretty simple, Sean. If you were to go inside of Dispute Panda, Sean, and you were to go to your account, let me go to my name here. So say this is round 2. You re-imported your credit report. First of all, you will come to the disputing tab. You will select your items or deselect your items. You will hit save filter, and then you will hit start new round, and then you will choose the attack that you want. If you're going by the attack guide, you will choose probably, I believe it's Punch of Fury, which separates your bankruptcies from your accounts, from your inquiries, from your personal information. And then you would choose your style of attack and then decide if you want to use handwritten font or not. You even can come in here. You can choose your factual dispute reason or your consumer law reason, save it, and send it out the same exact way. All right, I'm gonna answer this one from Robert and then jump back into the YouTube chat. So what is the best way to dispute late payments without get the history erased? This is a great question. All right, so if I say, for example, this American Express card, I'm gonna pop it open and I'm gonna look at my payment history here. And if you want like this pop out with all this info, this is a credit dyno feature because it's based off JSON data instead of the HTML report. But similar to like what I specified earlier. So say I'm challenging this January 19th payment because I have all these on-time payments. I don't want this account to be deleted. I just want this January 19th payment to be updated. So when I go into add in my custom message, I will add in my verbiage here. So similar to like what we did for the consumer law dispute, the main thing you want to specify here is that update this account to never late paid as agreed. Do not ask for a deletion of the account. So if you know for a fact it's something that you don't want deleted, you will go into factual disputing mode or consumer law mode and you will challenge that. Once again, we are coming up with the advanced AI logic, which will automatically kind of do this for you. But until that is fully finished, you have to go in, click add custom message, go into factual disputing mode or consumer law mode, and then you can specify I wasn't late on this date, this, that, and third. Please update this account to never late paid as agreed. You can reference the laws. You can just factually dispute based off the account data. You can do a combination of all the above. When you hit save, now you're going to see it's going to turn green for that account. That means everything else is going to be using it's going to negate the AI language and it's going to use your language. So let me just select this one. And then of course you'll hit save filter. Start new round, and then you're deciding what kind of attack you want to send. Do you want to include everything all on the same letter? Do you want to separate everything out? Do you want to have each thing individual? You can decide that, and then you can come in and choose the style of the letter. Do you want it plain Jane? Do you want the premium attack highlight? Do you want to do the Metro 2 coding on top of it? Do you want to do the Metro 2 coding and additional attack vectors? And then that's it. That's how you would do that. So your wording is what will determine what truly occurs with the account in that instance once you go to factual consumer law mode. All right, so I'm going to switch back to the chat. Military credit coach. What process do you recommend in getting clients set up in both Dispute Panda and Credit Dyno? That's pretty simple. So for you, if you're adding a client to the Dispute Panda, right? So say, you go through your whatever, you would just come in here, hit new client, and you would just add them in. Or if you have Dispute Panda Pro, you go to your, you will create your onboarding plan. So for example, you create a payment form onboarding plan, and then you'll click this link and you'll just send them this link so they can onboard themselves. So you can come in here and say, hey, here's putting your email, janedoe@123.com, continue, and then they'll enter all their personal information, and then it'll go inside of the account automatically. As far as the credit dyno side of the house, let me close this out. As far as the credit dyno side of the house, well, you can come to the dashboard, click on this become an affiliate here, or you can send them an email. Once you get your link, then it's pretty simple. When you're communicating with them on lives like this, you say, hey, go get your credit dyno information. I'll do a free credit analysis for you. I'll send your first attack for free. Whatever you need. The same way you will get people to use any other credit monitoring is what you'll do. I mean, because the only way for you to assist them in reviewing their credit or helping them with their credit is by having credit monitoring. So your organization specifies what tools you want this individual to use. Angela says, can we take these results to the CFPB to get expedited results? Absolutely. So what a lot of people do is they will, after sending off the first round or two, if they're not getting, say they're getting stalled out, or they have proof that factually that something shouldn't be there, they take their attack, they take the letters they receive from the credit bureaus, and then they upload it to the CFPB, and they can file a complaint if the credit bureaus are violating the consumer's rights. Dre says, what can I do to get the creditors from calling me so much after my second attack? So Dre, in your instance, you can come into your attack. Let me go to my, so if you have creditors calling you, most likely it's a debt collector. Hey, so you want to go into your attacks tab. You can do start new round. So there's two things you can do. You can do a cease and desist. So if it's a scenario where you know for a fact I'm never going to pay you and I want you to stop calling me, you can do a cease and desist refusal to pay to that person. You fill out this information, and this basically specifies, hey, according to USC 1692, stop contacting me in this manner and only contact me in writing, and I refuse to pay this debt. The other one will be a debt validation letter. So this particular debt validation letter inside of Dispute Panda questions if they have the ability to actually collect on the debt, and it also has verbiage in there telling them to not contact you. You will send either of those two things certified mail. Keep in mind, when you send a cease and desist refusal to pay, that is telling that debt collector, I'm not paying you. Right. So the only way they can get their money is by not calling you. Is either they're going to sell it to somebody else who's going to call you and you got to do this process over again, or they have to take the legal route. The only way a debt collector, a creditor, or whomever can get money out of you is by either suing you or you willingly giving it to them. So if you want the calls to stop, send a debt validation letter or the cease and desist refusal to pay. Mr. Turner says, will there be a feature to allow us to type in the name of an account that was imported that doesn't have a name? So typically, let me remove this, my face here. Typically, if an account doesn't have a name, that means on the consumer report that you're reviewing, it's not there, right? So in that instance, it kind of comes down to that third-party credit monitoring. Either it wasn't sent over in the Metro 2 format, or it wasn't picked up by the third-party credit monitoring. At this time, I'm not sure if that feature will be added to add in the name of an account, but that's something that you can drop into the suggestion box as well, and something that we'll definitely look into and work on. Miss Angel says, I have a late payment on my student loan. Any late payment template? So if you're trying to get it deleted, you can use the default Metro 2 logic. The default Metro 2 attack logic inside of Panda goes for deletions. If you don't want to delete it, you will use some of the verbiage that we kind of discussed earlier, right? You will specify, you will look into the account, you will see if there's any laws that assist you, and then you will write the laws in there, and you will ask for update to never late paid as agreed. Netta says, should I send a violation letter and answer to my summons? You can, but you definitely did. No. Let's take a step back. You need to answer the summons specifically. There's specific things inside of that court summons that you need to follow. That validation letter will be something that you can do after you answer the court summons. Even if you don't have a court date, Netta, you will answer that summons completely. What's the best process to dispute a paid settlement charge off? It will be the same way, right? So you can use the Metro in there, or you can also even go into the factual disputing mode, right? So if you're looking at that paid settlement charge off, Hines, and you're seeing something that doesn't mesh right? Like they're still reporting you late, that you can challenge that from a factual standpoint. You also can analyze some of the laws to see if they're doing things properly. Now, keep this in mind. The credit bureaus per USC 151681 and FCRA section 611, they still have to send you a response to your disputes within a 30-day time frame. So even though you may not have a factual error or you may not be able to find the law, if you're sending Metro 2 disputes over or any form of dispute over, they still should be answering you within a timely manner, right? So you might come into a scenario where, man, this is accurate. Well, I'm going to challenge it anyway because I want to see if you guys are actually going to follow the rules that you're supposed to follow under USC 1681 and FCRA section 611. So in the absence of facts, your Metro 2 side of the house comes into play drastically because, well, you still owe me a response. You can't stall me out forever. You're still supposed to do an investigation and so on and so forth. So the best process will be, one, if you can analyze to find something factually wrong and mirror up some consumer law, you can do that. If you're having trouble finding that, continue on with your Metro 2 things. And if they don't respond in a timely manner, start mixing in your static letters. Military, they need to register for the secure account access prior by clicking forgot password. No. So your clients won't have access to Dispute Panda. You have access to Dispute Panda. Then you send them a link to your own encrypted white label portal that you'll have that they can log into. So your clients never. So when you're doing work for somebody, you're adding them as a client, you're uploading their credit report, and you're doing the stuff. You wouldn't send them to Dispute Panda to get their own account. You will add them if they're working with your company. You will add them and do the work on your behalf. If you're talking about, hey, I just want to tell people about Dispute Panda, then you can just send them to the website, and then all the tutorial videos allow them to handle it themselves. T-Dot says, how long does it take to get items removed off the credit report? I'm almost 30 days in and no response for them yet. So this is a great question. Whether you're sending Metro 2, factual, or consumer law, right? The credit bureaus have 30 days to respond to your procedure disputed inaccuracy. So if you send something on the 1st, it gets there on the 5th. 30 days from that date, they're supposed to provide you a response. That response is either going to be updated, deleted, verified, or you're going to be ignored, right? So if you're ignored, your options are, let me send another attack in, or let me send a static letter in saying, hey, you failed to respond to me. And then there's another 30-day period. If it's updated, basically they're going to send you results back in the mail specifying what was updated, what was changed about the report, right? Typically, late payments get updated all the time. A lot of the time, I'm sorry. Verified, which means they did their investigation and they received data back from the data furnisher who provided this information that corroborated why it should be there. So that means they have verified proof that it should be on your account. Your next step after that, whether it's updated or verified, is one, you can send a method of verification, which has, hey, provide me the procedures you use to verify this information, or you can send another attack. And then delete it is the scenario in which, yay, I don't have to attack it anymore. I re-import my credit report. I'm good to go. So it could take, I've seen scenarios where it took as little as 14 days. I've seen scenarios where it took 6 to 12 months to get it done. Because one thing you can't determine is if the credit bureau is going to respond to you or not. So regardless of what method you are sending, Metro 2, factual, or consumer law, it comes down to, did I get a response or not back from the credit bureaus? So Ramsey says, I sent the round one letter and the collection agency was notified and the client received a letter from them. Perfect. So if the client, if your client received that letter, then you will analyze that letter, Ramsey's, because that means the credit bureaus did their job. They sent the information over to the person that put it there. And then the collection agency is now sending their proof that it should be there, right? So you wouldn't necessarily work directly with the debt collection agency unless you're doing either a pay for deletion or you're sending them a debt validation letter or cease and desist refusal to pay, or you're suing them. So your action and your work is still going back and forth with the credit bureaus unless you plan on sending a debt validation letter to the debt collector. Lewis says, do you see a phone service feature being incorporated within Panda? As of right now, that does not exist inside of Dispute Panda or Dispute Panda Pro. Once you get into sending emails, sending texts, it could be a little bit wonky. So that's something that needs to be thoroughly tested. What I would recommend is that you use, you can use Go High Level. You can use anything like that to kind of manage that stuff on your own. So therefore, your credit software isn't kind of tripping you up. So right now, no. Is it possible? Anything is possible. So Lamar says Equifax is showing no data found. How do I go about getting Equifax to report again? So this could be several reasons. Either you deleted all the information, you don't have any accounts reporting. So if there's no accounts reporting for 6 months, then you will have no score, right? So that's what would be 0. Or number 2, sometimes when you do your data validation for whatever credit monitoring you're using, it could be a small blip with the service. So Equifax is one sometimes that just doesn't return data. You can reach out to the credit monitoring department to see what they will specify, but 9 times out of 10, it's just verifying your information so they can show you data, unless it's a scenario where you got everything deleted off. All right, so Rolanda answered the question. It was open in 2016 with 3 late payments. See, this is a tough one, man. Like, this is a scenario where this is an old account, right? So I'm challenging these things and I'm trying to get them updated to never late paid as agreed versus trying to get it deleted, because I don't want to lose all that payment history. So you got 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. You got 8 years of payment history and you only got 3 late payments. If you remove 8 years of payment history, your score will drop probably harder than those 3 late payments. So yeah, my goal will be to try to get that updated to paid as agreed, never late. I will send a goodwill letter off. I will be challenging with the bureaus, but anything to not get this deleted. I don't want to lose my payment history. Dana, I think Dispute Panda is better than any credit software in the market. Hands down. Dispute Panda is the only credit software that allows you to use it as a CRO 100% free. Hey, TSO Media. So Credit Dino gives you up to, no, not one time. There is every month you will receive a commission payout. You receive a affiliate payment every month that your client is enrolled. You can send an email to support@creditdino.com for more information on their plans. T. So how many months on average does it take to get something removed off your credit report? That varies. That varies. So if you have a factual inaccuracy or you know for a fact something should be there, it could be as little as 7 days. If you don't have the facts, it possibly can take longer. Right? That varies. Because one thing, once again, you cannot control the credit bureau's response. Like, even if you have them dead to rights, hey, I know for a fact I was not late. Here are the statements proving that I wasn't late. Here's a signed letter from the CEO saying I was not late. You do not know what happens once your dispute letter or your attack gets inside of their ecosystem. So I would say minimum 30 days, and long, it could be as long as it takes. To be honest, let's be honest here. Items on your credit report are removed when they are inaccurate, untimely, or unverifiable. So if you meet the inaccurate requirement, it could be 30 days. If you meet the unverifiable requirement, it could be less than 30 days. If you meet the untimely requirement, which means they didn't respond to you in a timely manner, it could be less than 30 days. I wish I could wave a flag and say, hey, this system guarantee. I wish I can say that. Anybody who dabbles in guarantees, you got to be mindful of that. I want you to think of your credit software as an extension of your arm. It allows you to do your job as easy as possible without taking 30 minutes to an hour to get the job done. All right, so. All right, Miss Mo J says, I recently found out that a debt collector isn't licensed in my state. What's the best way to attack this type of situation? So this is great. That means they cannot sue you. They can't collect on this debt. They pretty much just going to be doing phone calls, right? So I would specify that to them directly. So if you know for a fact they're not even licensed to challenge you in this state, nothing is stopping you from just drafting up a quick letter, sending it to them, sending them certified that says, hey, you don't have the authority to contact me, and then send them a cease and desist refusal to pay. They can't do nothing at that instance. They can't do anything. But that happens a lot. Debt collectors need to be licensed to do the job within the state. Now, chances are they most likely will kind of sell it to another sucker, but there are a lot of people, there are a lot of debt collectors and companies out here not in compliance that are trying to collect from consumers. Yes, Credit Dino does beat $10 a month residuals. All right, so I'm going to switch back over to the questions that were on the forum. Robert says, does the Dispute Panda show deletion results? I did show a preview of that earlier. So this will be inside of your Dispute Panda. When you get Dispute Panda Pro and you go to your updates tab here, you will see the deletion results from round to round. Rachel says, would you remove a charge-off credit card with previous years of good history? Or is there a way to remove just the late payments that caused the charge-off? I think the issue is once it becomes a charge-off, it starts to act and look like a collection on your report. So even if you were to just remove the late payments from that charge-off, the fact that it says charge-off is already hurting you. You already look bad. So your goal will be to get this thing deleted. There's no such thing as a good charge-off or a good collection. Shamari says, how do I submit a disputed credit report to the proper authorities? And what do I say to make my argument valid enough to receive the action of getting illegalities removed? Spelling bee champ. Okay. So I'm assuming you are not talking about just regular factual consumer law or Metro 2 disputing. I'm assuming you're referring to identity theft. And in that instance, you would go to identitytheft.gov. You will complete the process there. You will create a police report. You will specify the true and actual identity theft that occurred. And then you will send that into the original creditor and the credit bureaus to get it removed completely off your reports. Shamari says, how do I attack all negative items on my credit report at once? That's pretty simple. When you go to your disputing tab, you will select, whatever's in red will be attacked. Let me just select these inquiries too. So I got 19 inquiries and 9 accounts selected. I will hit save filter. I will hit start new round, and I will use the nerve attack item. So a nerve attack, and even says that attacks all items on your credit report. So Jamar says, when disputing personal information, does it matter if your ID does not match your current address? It does matter. Well, technically, the rule book says that your driver's license is basically confirming your name. Your proof of address can determine your address, and your SSN. Well, you don't need to include your SSN. But from my understanding, the credit bureaus like to say, oh, well, we couldn't prove this identity was yours. So what I would specify is that you match everything. So let me bring this over here. I think you should have a valid driver's license and have everything match. The name and address should match your utility bill, which should match everything, right? So you can easily for your utility bill, you can easily update your cell phone bill and include that. But I think everything should match across the board to limit your stall letters, to expedite your process. Lakita says, how can I use Dispute Panda as a CRM? Pretty simple. You can just basically get Dispute Panda Pro. So if you go to disputepanda.com/pro, then this kind of breaks down everything, right? So you got your forms, your billing, one-click imports, integrated billing. Even inside of Dispute Panda, if you're not upgraded to Pro, once you say you click on subscriptions or inbox, then it will kind of pop out to, hey, check out this page to get the full details of things. Kevin says, why is my wife bankruptcy not showing up on Dispute Panda for me to dispute it? We are using redacted credit monitoring. I called them and they said I needed to check back with Dispute Panda. So Kevin, customer support actually handled this for you. They re-imported that redacted credit report, and it was included inside of Dispute Panda. So one of the credit monitoring companies made some changes around May-ish, and it changed the way you had to do the import. So once the team did the import for you properly, everything popped up. Kevin says, I would like the ability to have a client portal and see deletions, updates, changes from credit report to credit report. How do I do that inside of Dispute Panda? Once again, that's the Dispute Panda Pro feature. You can grab that, and all of a sudden you'll have everything you need to do to manage everything as a CRM with Dispute Panda Pro. Emily says, how can I use Dispute Panda to remove a bankruptcy from a credit report? So this is a fantastic question. So let's get into it. All right. So if I'm inside of Dispute Panda, if I'm in my disputing tab, I don't have a bankruptcy here, but I'm going to mimic one. So say these are my 3 bankruptcies. The first thing that I would do, Emily, is I would first, this is after I clean up the personal information, right? So I did my personal information attack. So then I'm only highlighting the bankruptcy. So I like I will highly recommend that you treat bankruptcy separate from your other accounts. And then I like to do a little bit of pre-work with the bankruptcy. So once I save my filter there, I do start new round, static letters. I like to send the bankruptcy court a letter. So each bankruptcy court, I like to send them a letter to get this sent back to me. Basically, this is asking the bankruptcy court, did they verify data with anyone? So one thing that the credit bureaus like to do is they like to say, oh, we verified this from the bankruptcy court. Well, no, you didn't, because I have a letter saying that they didn't. So I send this out to the bankruptcy court. Then the next thing I do, I still have my bankruptcy selected. I attack LexisNexis. I also send a letter to Innovis, LCI, ARS. And there might be another one that's just slipping my mind here. So I'll send off my static letter to them. I send that off. Then I attack the bankruptcy with the credit bureaus. So bankruptcy court letter, static letters to the secondary data furnishers that house the bankruptcy. And then I will send my attack round, and you can send a nerve attack or a paralyzing touch point, direct to the credit bureaus, only challenging the bankruptcy. I keep that separate from everything else. Another way that you technically can do this is you can send a punch of fury, right? So if you didn't want to just do a nerve attack round right there, you can go back and you can select your other items, whatever they might be, put in your disputing reasons, and then I will immediately go to my punch of fury, because my punch of fury separates the bankruptcy out from the accounts. I have seen better luck and better results by separating bankruptcies completely from everything else and treating them kind of individually. So that's what I would do. And then of course your response, now you're doing rounds 2, 3, 4 based off your response of round 1. Aaron says, how do I delete clients and make room for new ones? So if you go to your clients tab here, you're going to see this thing that says like inactive. So you can flip a client to inactive. So let me go to, let's go to this test account here. And when I come here, you see it says deactivate client. When you hit deactivate client, you hit confirm. That will flip that client to inactive mode. So you have unlimited clients inside of Dispute Panda and Dispute Panda Pro, so you really don't have to remove anyone out. You're not charged for having 1,000 clients or so. But if you wanted to clean up the dashboard, you just deactivate them in that manner. Oop, I wasn't even showing you guys. If you you will go to the client, and then you hit the 3 dots next to them, and then you hit deactivate client, and then you hit confirm, and that puts your clients in the inactive list. So even though you have unlimited clients, you have unlimited everything, you can clean up your list per se by doing that. And then you'll see the person over here inside the inactive area instead of the active side of the house. So that's how you would clean stuff up. Aaron says, do you have a detailed flow chart on the dispute process, like a visual blueprint on what to do presented with each roadblock? So we do have that somewhat. And we have that here. Let me go here. So you can find that if you go to the training tab, disputepanda.com/training. So for example, let me bring that up. So you're inside your dashboard here, right? If you hit this training button to the left, it's going to open up the training tab. And then you hit the attack guide. So the attack guide, we break down a lot of the scenarios I'm talking here. So not only do you have what to do through 1 through 12, what kind of attack to send, but you also have like a flow chart and notes. Hey, if you don't get a response, do this. For child support, send this here. For bankruptcies, do this. And then we have the legend in here as well. So as we go along, we're going to update this attack guide. This is where we're kind of going to keep everything central as well for you also. John says, do you have an automated response to challenge verify accounts individually to the credit bureaus? And will you have something like that for secondary bureaus in the future? So for the secondary bureaus, we do not have a verification process in place. Like there's no verify your status for that one. But for the credit bureaus, we do. The reason why we don't have it for the secondary bureaus like LexisNexis, LCI, and things like that, just in testing wise, it hasn't proven to be efficient or beneficial. So we didn't want to add something in here that, will just run up the cost of your mail costs and things like that, right? But say you wanted to send a validation letter for something. And let me come in here to go back to myself. So say something comes back verified. You will go to your tax tab and you will select the items that were verified, right? So not everything will be verified. Some things will be deleted off the report. Some things will come back updated. But say these 2 items came back verified and they were negative. You would go into your filter, you hit save filter, and you do start new round, static letters, and then you will do method of verification. So you will manually go in, because the only way you know something was verified is by the results you get back in the mail. So once you analyze your results, you'll go in there, select the items that were verified, and then you'll send off your attack in that manner. All right, now let me double back to the chat comments. So Tech Crazy says, can you guys add a open or close alert to inquiry? So this is something that we're investigating, but I'm about to show you why it's pretty difficult. All right, so when you go into your disputing tab, Tech Crazy, and you go to inquiries here, right? So the naming of the inquiries are always weird. So for example, JPMCB card, JPMCB card, JPMCB card. So we have 6 different ways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different ways they're talking about an inquiry, right? But that doesn't align with, so for example, this JPMCB card, this one is open. So say for example, out of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 inquiries, I only got 1 account off of it. There's no way to truly know which one is tied to the open inquiry because the credit reporting agencies don't say what inquiry is tied to what open account. That's the unfortunate thing. So we've been going back and forth trying to dig into the data, but as of right now, it is extremely difficult to identify which one of these, like for example, even though this says JPMCB card dash card service, and this one that says dash card service, that doesn't mean that this inquiry is tied to this. It could be any of these tied to this particular card. And the worst case scenario will be you challenge the inquiry that's tied to an open credit card account and they shut down a revolving account. So in order for us to add that into the system, we have to be 100% sure that it's not tied to open account, and we can't be 100% sure right now, so it's tough to add. But that's a great question. It's something we're investigating. We're trying to figure it out. Brielle says, I have a client who has a ton of late payments from child support. How would you handle that? So child support is an interesting one, right? Because it's only on your credit report when you're late or delinquent. So I would challenge the child support similar to either the Factual Disputing Metro 2 was. First of all, I would send Metro 2 for that. So if you have from your client that, hey, I wasn't late on any of this, I have proof of payments, then of course I'll go into factual disputing mode. If I don't have any of that from my client and they're saying like, yeah, I was late, I'm using Metro 2 on that. So I will go in here, select the item, save filter, and I'll let the automated attack engine handle that piece unless I had factual or consumer law data. Ryan Rich says, if an account is updated, it is the same as verified. No, that means something on. So here's an interesting piece about updated, right? What was updated? So when you're looking at an item, right? So say I send in a challenge for this Rocket Mortgage, and I challenge late payments. If I challenge the late payment, let's say they claim I had a late payment of January of 2023, and I challenge that, the credit bureau will send me data back that says updated. They don't tell you what was updated. They could have updated the balance owed, and by law, technically that's a proper update. So you need to analyze the result and then look at the credit report to see what was actually updated. If they didn't update that late payment that you challenged, then you're going to continue to attack it. Right? So what was updated is the first question that I have. Updated can mean anything. It could mean any of these items. They could have updated the date of last activity. That don't necessarily mean you care about that. Ms. T says, what does the software do for evictions? What if the eviction is not reporting on the client's credit report? So Ms. T, Dispute Panda only can help you if something is on the credit report. It can't help what happens before the credit report. It can help what's off the report. So if you import a credit report in here and the eviction is not present on the credit report, there's nothing that, if it's not present on Equifax, Experian, or TransUnion, then there's nothing that you can do from an attack standpoint in Dispute Panda to assist with that. If it's in some other third-party database, right, which doesn't mean Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, you will have to contact that third-party database directly, and most of them do have reports that it can provide you, and challenge it directly with that third-party database. So when it comes to attacks that sent to secondary companies that report evictions, yes. But if that eviction or public record is not on Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion credit report, even though we attack secondary databases that house these evictions, because it doesn't show up in the disputing tab, we can't even generate the letter to send on your behalf. right? So if it's not on Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, I don't believe any credit reporting software will be able to assist with that particular negative. That is something you have to handle outside of a credit software. But for instance, if that eviction was on, let's say this was my eviction, showing up as a public record. When you go to one, you will challenge this with Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion because they're reporting it, right? But number two, you will go to your static letters, and then these secondary bureaus houses it. So, for example, which one of these does evictions? Is it Innovis? Nope. It's bankruptcy information. Which one of these guys? For example, Credco collection reports personal data such as property ownership and home loan application records, proper legal filings, tax payment status, rental applications, and collection accounts, consumer bankruptcies, liens, judgments, and child support and obligations. So out of these secondary bureaus, most likely they will house the eviction data. But if it's not showing up on Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, you won't be able to use the secondary letters in here to send off to them because it's not showing up. There was another one. What if you disputed items already and then the person gains new inquiries? Then this typically happens, King Ja, in scenarios when someone's going for funding, right? So you've been working with someone's credit report, or not even funding. Like you're working with a client, you like don't apply for anything, and they go to Victoria's Secrets or whatever they go, and all of a sudden they pop up like, oh, you want 20% off, and they take the credit card. So in a scenario where you're challenging negative items and they pop up with new inquiries, either they were doing the rebuilding exercises in which you told them to do. So sometimes you need to do some improvement activity to improve your credit, right? We talked about this in Dispute Panda Live 1. If you add revolving credit, installment credit, pledge loans, that can assist you in improving your credit score, regardless if items get deleted or not. But what do you do in that instance? Well, if it's tied to an open account, if they got an inquiry tied to an account, a revolving account that just got opened, leave it alone. You don't want to get that account shut down. If they got an inquiry tied to an installment account or say a mortgage or something like that, then you challenging that inquiry doesn't necessarily close the mortgage. Like that's not going to happen. But revolving accounts, you leave it alone. But I would say it depends on, if they got an inquiry, it depends on is that hopefully that's something you told them to do. But keep in mind, inquiries only impact 10% of your credit score. The score will dip momentarily, but hopefully they got a revolving account or something like that to help out and even out the score in 45 days once it reports. So Tech Crazy says, what is the best way to remove a Chapter 13 bankruptcy after it's being called verified? Well, you can do the method of verification process to see, well, how did they verify this information? You can continue to attack, right? So you can either you continue with your Metro 2 mode, or you analyze the bankruptcy to make sure everything is reporting properly according to factual disputing and consumer law. So sometimes things come back verified, but that doesn't stop you from continue to attack that item. Dwayne says, if you upgraded to Panda Pro and you go back and practice some more, then return to Panda Pro at a later time. So Panda Pro will be for if you want a CRM, right? So if you want your clients to be able to communicate with you via their encrypted portal, if you want to be able to send messages, if you want to be able to do the re-import summary and things like that, then of course, then you should be at Dispute Panda Pro. But if you no longer need Dispute Panda Pro for whatever reason, you can easily go inside of Dispute Panda and remove that. So for example, when you go hit the three dots down here, you go to your billing, you're going to see your Dispute Panda Pro information. You hit manage subscription, and then you can easily cancel the plan right there. So as fast as you were on, as fast as you get it, is as fast as you can downgrade. And then it instantly will downgrade at the closing of the billing statement, right? So it's like a month-to-month thing. You're not in it forever. Oh, this is a great question here. I think you asked this on the forum too. You said, well, I've had a dispute where Experian removed it and TransUnion did not. TransUnion did not. Is that normal? Yes, that is normal. Why is it normal? Because you have three different major consumer reporting agencies who have three different investigation processes. If Experian sent something over to the data furnisher who put it on your credit and didn't get a response, Experian might say, you know what? I'm going to delete it. But if TransUnion sent something over and they got a favorable response, maybe they're keeping it. So because Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion all do separate investigations, you will have separate results from each of them. So it is very, very normal. There are some instances in where Experian might have did the investigation and TransUnion did not, right? TransUnion might have stalled you out. They might not have responded. It might not have done nothing, whereas Experian did. That happens all the time. So yes. All right, I'm gonna cycle back to the pre-submitted questions as well. I think I answered this one already. How to remove disputed a landlord tenant from a credit report, being that it's a public record. Is there a way around it? So you would treat that no different than, no, you wouldn't treat it like the bankruptcies, but you'll attack the secondary bureaus that house that public record information. So it's similar, except for you do the same things that you did with the bankruptcy, except you wouldn't send the bankruptcy court letter. It's the same exact process, right? So most people are going to send Pinwell, Supreme Attack Boosted the first round. You're going to challenge the secondaries. You're going to make sure your personal information is cleaned up. And then you're going to wait for the responses that you get back in the mail. So not only are you challenging with Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, you're going to challenge with those secondary bureaus that house that data. Chris says, first off, I want to thank Dispute Panda with helping me with fixing my credit. My question I have today is, Experian keeps updating my accounts. I'm trying to dispute, but they're not coming back. So once again, Chris, you have to analyze, well, what are they updating, right? So update means when they got your dispute, they sent it over to the person who put the information on there, and that person is coming back with updated data to the account profile. So basically, they're fixing the account profile. I want you to review the updated information and then compare that to your credit report. So if they claim they updated something, when you look at your new credit report, you should see changes from the old one. So did the late payments change? The account number change? What was changed? And is that update relevant to what you are attacking? So that's how I generally handle updates, right? So one way is to analyze the new report versus the old report to see what was updated. Because sometimes they send you an updated response and they didn't do nothing. If they didn't do anything, then I'm going to call them out. Hey, I might go to factual disputing mode. For this American Express card, I challenged the late payment on da-da-da-da. You sent me a response on this date saying it was updated, but when I looked at the account, nothing was updated. Please delete this account, or please update this account as never late paid as agreed. Or your other approach is, I'm going to send another automated Metro 2 attack. I believe I answered this question already. Will there be options to add to the software that allows to add a no-name account to our letters manually? So I believe there is a feature coming to add an account, but I believe you're asking to edit an existing account. So the accounts that come over based off what your credit report is saying, you will not be able to edit those. But say in between a credit update, something popped on, we're trying to work out a way where you can add to the engine without messing things up as well. So Isaac, why are the credit bureaus not taking the letters that I've sent? So you're receiving a stall response, Isaac. So in this instance, you will wait your 30 days from the date that your 35 days from the date that you sent it in. And if you, and then you will send your failure to respond letter. Now, one thing I want you guys to be mindful of, you might get a stall response 7 days after you send an attack. That does not mean they are not going to complete the investigation. So what I tell people is once you send in your attack, wait the full 30 days, right? So our full 35 days. Let them violate your rights. So just because I sent you an instant stall response or instant seems like a credit clinic response or oh, by the way, we're not going to investigate. Maybe you should use our website response. Doesn't mean you won't get an actual response. So please make sure you're waiting the full 30 days per FCRA section 611, 15 USC 1681 IL, I believe it is. And then you decide what you're going to do. Right. So just because I say, hey, this feels like a credit clinic, I'm going to wait the full 30 days. If you don't respond by then, that's when I'm going to send my failure to respond letter. And then I'm going to send it. I'm going to send that certified. I'm going to download my first attack, my failure to respond letter, and then I'm going to upload to the CFPB because now you're playing with me. There's no law saying that you can't use software to assist you in repairing your credit. There's no law that specifies that. The only reason why you're getting stall letters is because it costs the credit bureaus a whole lot of money to process your disputes via mail, and they want you to use their website to send whatever they want to do electronically and give up your rights. So it's boxing. One thing you cannot determine is, regardless of what kind of attack you send in, Metro 2, factual, or consumer law, you cannot determine the response of the credit bureaus if they're going to violate your rights or not. You can only determine your response to their response. Isaac says, how do I copy my letters physically? So this is pretty easy to do. When you go to your letter section here, let me go back to my account. You can actually download all the letters. So there's two places you can download your letters. In your history tab here, you can download each letter individually to your desktop. And in your attacks tab here, if you were to go here, you can hit this download all button and it will download the letters and it will go to your desktop as well, or wherever you may be. I highly recommend that every time you send out an attack, at least periodically you go save your letters. Sometimes your client may want to see them. If you're working with an outsourcer, I would highly recommend that you ask to see their letters too. You want to make sure that they're sending stuff out on your behalf. Matthew says, how did my Experian credit score go from 657 to 760 in 1 month? Well, congratulations. 5 accounts came off, but 4 charged off remain with 1 collection account. Do you think the credit dyno score is incorrect? Well, Matthew, that is what happens when you have a lot of negative items deleted from your report. So when those derogatory items get deleted from your credit report, you don't have a credit score, right? You have a credit report, and then your credit score is is derived from your report data. So what occurred was negative data was taken off your report. It boosts the score up drastically because now you are being reclassified as somebody who doesn't have those 4 or 5 charge-offs. You're being classified as somebody where those charge-offs and negative items never existed. So your score is now reflecting your new credit report data. So no, it's not incorrect at all. Now, you will have multiple credit scores. Credit Dyno and all the other credit monitorings that you get will use your Vantage score. If you go to apply for something, they're going to use a different scoring metric. So there's going to be a mortgage score, there's a bank score, there's a credit card score. So because your data changed, when you go pull your mortgage score, your data is going to be different for your mortgage score, and your score is going to be higher than it was before. So just be mindful. Your score improved because you got negative items removed. The same thing will occur if you dropped your utilization. If you had 100% utilization and you paid it down to 6% utilization, then your score will snap up as well. Great job, by the way. All right, so Saquon says, I want to delete old addresses from Experian, and they say they gathered from creditors who report it, but they are deleted from TransUnion and Equifax. Can I start attacking? So because you have 3 different credit bureaus, they have 3 different investigative process. Can you start attacking? Absolutely. I would recommend, though, that even though each attack has a request to update your personal information, I still will periodically send a personal information attack for at least for the first 3 months until it's all cleaned up. Another thing that you can do with Experian is you can do something called like the Experian backdoor. If you go to their website, create an account, you can identify, you can challenge the personal information that way, and you can even call them to update that personal info also. So just keep in mind, for personal information, you can send an attack, you can do the Experian backdoor method, or you can call them as well. Keep working on cleaning up that personal information, but yes, you can move forward with attacking. All right, I'm gonna go back to the YouTube comments here. All right, so let's bring up what Marcus. So Marcus says, question, using Dispute Panda, I see what to do to apply attack dispute letters, but I don't know where to find a letter that requests that your inaccurate personal information be deleted. So Marcus, first thing first, if you look at the attack that you created, personal information will be challenged in that attack. Now, let me show you where you can find your static personal information letter that you can send off individually. So when you're in your attacks tab here, when you go to start new round, Marcus, and you go to start static letters, if you scroll down, there's going to be a personal information letter. This is the one you will check. You will hit start round. There's going to be no confirmation to do static letters. So you only get a confirmation request if there's going to be credits taken. So static letters don't have it, but mailing and attacking without using credit dyno will. And now you have your static personal information letter created, Marcus. Matthew said Dispute Panda will not let me reprint a previous dispute letter from 2 weeks ago. Can you help? Matthew, please send an email to info@disputepanda.com so the tech team can look into your account and to assist you. Princess says, where can I get a copy of the effective dispute attack flow? You can do that at when you go to your training tab here. So when you go to the training tab, it will take you right there to the attack guide, and it shows you the most effective to the most efficient attack flows. Crumb said, is it better to write out the letter? So if you did want to have, say, a handwriting style, so in our testing, the handwritten mode, we mix and match it within the flow. It did provide some amazing results. Pre-litigation folks love the handwritten one as well. So if you wanted to go in handwritten mode, you can go in here and any attack that you select. So say I was doing a nerve attack, you can switch it to handwritten font. So we're going to have an updated attack guide that breaks down when or when not to use handwritten font. But in our scenario, if you do it every odd round, that has been working out extremely well. Some people have been using it every even round. So rounds 1, 3, 5, 7, handwritten font, and you can go 2, 4, 6, 8 as well. But it just gives you another variation of sending things into the bureaus. But a lot of people swear and live by the handwritten mode. And the handwritten fonts literally look like you wrote it yourself. One thing that we've seen work really well when it comes to like late payments and things like that. Well, the handwritten font works great on Goodwill letters, we've noticed, and also works great on plain Jane letters. So if you use the nerve attack regular here, it's not going to have like the Metro 2 logic. It's just going to show like the account information, and it's going to pop up all in handwritten mode as if you wrote out everything off the report. T-Dot says, will there be a training on which attacks to use when credit companies respond? So I can just go through it right now for you. So in this scenario, so say, for example, if you go to your static letters, T-Dot, if you didn't get a respond, you can use a failure to respond letter for those items. If an item was deleted and came back on your profile, but you didn't get notice within a 5-day time period, according to the laws, you can use a reinsertion letter. If item came back verified, you would use a method verification letter. So those generally cover your circumstances, right? Updated typically means they just updated something on the account. They didn't necessarily verify it, so you will move on to your next attack. So Jeff says, my client has 12 late payment notifications. They have proof they paid on time on most of them. Do you submit proof of the payment? Can this creditor close their account since they disputed account is open? So here's the thing, Jeff. For the one where your client has proof, I would challenge those particular late payments with the proof. Hey, I was not late on this date, this date, this date, this date, this date. I have proof that I have the payments created. Please update this as paid. Please update all the late payments on this account as paid as agreed. That's how I would attack that first to see what the credit bureau specify. I will even, if you want to do a double whammy, you can have the client contact the original creditor and say, hey, it looks like you're reporting me late on these dates. I wasn't late. What's up with that? Can you fix that on your end and see if the creditor fixes it on their end as well? Now, can a creditor close the account if you dispute something? According to the terms of service that your client most likely signed, a creditor can delete the account if they wanted to. I mean, they can close the account at will if they wanted to. They don't like disputing something doesn't necessarily trigger the closure of disputing the accounts for inaccuracies doesn't specify, hey, close this thing. But if they wanted to, they can. But if you got 12 late payment notifications, I'm going to be challenging this thing anyway. Like that needs to be updated. That either needs to be fully deleted, or if the account has a lot of age and those late payments are in year 5, 6, or 7, I'm going for updated as paid as agreed. But can the creditor close the account? If they wanted to, they absolutely can. When you look at your terms of service, they can do whatever they want to do. All right, so David, how do we challenge the items that are included in the bankruptcy? Some of the items show up as included in the bankruptcy. Some of them are showing collection or charge off. So you will handle them how you will handle any other negative item. Just because it says included in the bankruptcy doesn't change its negative impact, or doesn't change how you attack it either. That just basically gives a bat signal that says when you file bankruptcy, you specify that these accounts should be included in it. Miss T says, I'm excited to use it. Seems so organized and well put together. We try, and we're not perfect, right? So once again, like I said, if you guys have like, hey, I think you guys should do this, everything you see in here came from a suggestion. So actually, let me show you how you guys can actually put in feedback and suggestions. So you hit these 3 dots down here when you're inside your account. Oh, you can't even see it. I got to close down this banner. Hold on for a second. So when you come inside your account and you hit these 3 dots, there's going to be a feedback button. When you hit that feedback button, that allows you to submit your suggestion into our suggestion box. We look at all the suggestions. We weigh them up. The ones that are requested the most are the ones we move on first. All right, let me get back to my questions. Y'all got a lot of questions. Saquon says, can you explain the stall letters? Are there references for each? So yes, so there is a reference for each stall letter. When you go into your tax tab and you go to your static letters here, it breaks down verbiage for each of them. We're actually going to be releasing an update soon to match the consumer law with each particular static letter. So it's, for our consumer law folks who want to see that. But yeah, each static letter has an explanation on what it'll be used for and where it will come from. Darrell says, what are the steps to take before starting the disputing process? So one, you want to make sure that your ID information, let me make sure. You want to have that. You want to make sure when you create your account or add yourself as a client or maybe working with a client, the name on the profile that you have for the client matches the driver's license, and it matches the utility bill, and it matches the SSN. The address that you have on file for the client matches the driver's license, matches the utility bill. You want to make sure that all the names and addresses matches across the board. Then what I recommend is if that name and address is not the same name and address on the credit report, or there's other names and addresses on there, you start with your personal information request for removal before you send off your text. So I like to send the personal information, wait 7 days, and then I'm going to start with my secondary bureaus and then my tax to the credit bureaus. But I like to make sure that personal information is clear. Number 2, you want to make sure that you or your client provides you valid identity documentation. You wouldn't believe how many people are using old utility bills or driver's license with the address not matching or the name not matching. And then you're mad when you're getting stalled out or you're not getting a response from the credit bureau because they're just going to say, oh, we couldn't prove your identity. So you do not want to give the credit bureaus any leverage or any leeway to stall you out. If you send everything perfectly and they send you a stall request or they don't respond in time, you have done everything that you need to do to escalate to the CFPB or to possibly litigate. Mark says, how many users or team members can you add to the same account at once? So team members. So this is another Dispute Panda Pro feature here. And one thing that we like to have so if you hit your three dots here, you go to your settings. When you go to organization settings here, you will have a team members button. In this team members button, you can add as many team members as you need. So the goal will be like, so say you hire a spouse, you hire your child, you want your child to be on payroll. They're going to send you Metro 2 letters. So now you can pay them a paycheck so they can invest in a Roth IRA. Your business get the deduction, and then the fam keeps growing their wealth. Something that we do. You can add someone as a team member here, and then they can log in there in their own account, so they're not using your admin account to do all the stuff. Or say you want to hire a VA, or say you want to hire somebody to do work on your behalf. You can do all that via the team members thing. And at this juncture, there are unlimited team members. So you don't get charged an extra fee just because you want to have a demarcation or separation in duties. Rochelle says, I've tried to be invited to Dispute Panda, but I've been unsuccessful. Can someone invite me, please? No problem. If you go to disputepanda.com, go to disputepanda.com, you hit sign up for free. You complete this process, you'll have access within less than a minute. Pretty easy. We even have a tutorial on the training tab that walks you through getting access to Dispute Panda in less than 2 minutes. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to get access to Dispute Panda. Boom. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Jorge says, a brand new user to Dispute Panda in the credit repair industry. Where can I find a community to answer questions I have? So we are 90% done with the Dispute Panda community. It will be on our own platforms, since you never know what will happen with social media platforms. We don't want to have limited reach. So in hopefully the next 30 days or so, everyone will be getting an email with an invite to the official Dispute Panda community. But you can always come to these lives. So we're going to be doing a whole lot more of these lives, answer your questions. We want our YouTube channel to be a trove of amazing info. Janelle says, how do I dispute inquiries off my credit account? I think we covered this one already, but let's go through it again. So when you go to your when you're going to go to your disputing tab here, Janelle. So when you're in your disputing tab, your inquiries will be at top. They will not be selected. And then you will identify the inquiries that you would like to challenge. So say you go through a funding run or you apply for a mortgage that you end up getting or not getting, you can come here and challenge what you want based off of that. And then as soon as you hit that, you hit save filter, and then everything else works exactly the same way, except those inquiries are going to be in there. So just keep in mind, whatever is not selected by this filter will not be on your letter. Whatever is selected by your filter and you hit save filter for will be on your letters. How do we remove a bankruptcy? I believe we went through this several times already. Santana says, I want to know, how do I transfer all of those systems I use over to work with Dispute Panda? What can I remove? What do I need to keep? So on and so forth. So Santana, with Dispute Panda and Dispute Panda Pro, the only thing that you would need to keep would be whatever you're using to send emails and text messaging, and whatever you're using to make calendar invites. So what a lot of people are using, they're using Go High Level or a white label of Go High Level, because it includes all that stuff in there. And then you'll have your calendar, you have your website, you have your database, you have your email, you have your text messages, and of course, things that you can control. So if you use a Go High Level plus Dispute Panda Pro, or the Go High Level white label plus Dispute Panda and Dispute Panda Pro, you'll be fine. You even with Dispute Panda Pro, you even have Zap. So you can connect any system you want to feed information in or outside of Dispute Panda. So if I'm you, I'm probably consolidating down to a Go High Level or Go High Level white label. There's a lot of them out there to handle my email and my texting communication and my scheduling of my calendar. Oh, I answered your question earlier in the chat already. So Ramses put on the forum, what do I do if the credit bureau said the information is accurate and verified? Do I send a cease and desist letter? And we already answered this earlier. KC says, can the system be programmed to analyze the report and pick the attack to start with and send next? So from an automated standpoint, you can we already kind of have that laid out in the attack guide. So we kind of specify like, okay, well, if you want to use the most effective flow, you're going to be sending pinwheels and round kicks, right? Because the verbiage is already created by the system on the back end, the attack engine. So it's technically already doing that. You just have to tell it what type of attack variation that you're going to do. And we kind of leave this up to you because you might have, if you only got 6 accounts, you might say, you know what? I want to create a individual attack for each of those accounts. So I'm going to use a paralyzing touch point. But if you got somebody who has, you come in here and you see like, holy crap, this person has all these negative accounts. You're going to want to break it up based off, they got 15 accounts and 6 inquiries. You may not want to send all that on one letter, right? You may not want to have a letter that has 20 pages because it's attacking all of the accounts. You may want to break it up by type and have some limitations on that because you want to send 3 on this one letter and 5 on another letter because you know the credit bureaus must respond to each individual letter, each individual attack. So you can come in here and pick and choose. Now, in the future, we do plan on having an automated way of doing all of that. Can't speak too much on it because, you know, development is development and you never know how long things take. KC says the best way to attack multiple late payments. So I like to attack one late payment at a time, right? Because that will trigger a different investigation of sorts. So if you have more than 3, then I'm doing no more than 2 or 3 at a time. So if they say I was late in January and February, I'm calling out January and February, not January, February, March, April, May. That way it triggers an additional investigation for each different thing. It's the same thing like if you were factually disputing, you will call out maybe the date of open in the late payment, the date of last activity. You will call out each individual item to trigger a different investigation each time. Now, if we're talking about a bunch of late payments that I just want deleted, then, you know, I'm not going into necessarily factual consumer law mode off the break. I'm going to use the Metro 2 and automated attack engine because, you know, if I can get that thing knocked off by going in really quickly and letting the engine do things, I'm going to do that. I kind of reserve the factual and the consumer law stuff for when, okay, I got to get it. I'm round 2, 3, 4. I need to get into the nitty gritty and I need to spend 30 minutes analyzing this thing. How do I upload documents? So this is pretty easy as well. So when you, let me clear this out. When you come into your documents tab, you're going to see this upload thing here. And when you hit upload, it'll pop open with a window. So I just open this. I popped up in a PDF. So whatever document you have, whether it's a PDF, whether it's a JPEG, it will pop open and it will allow you to crop it. And you want to crop out anything that you don't need because this is going on your letters. So you don't want to have a whole 8.5, 11 by 11 page if you don't need to. And then you hit crop and save and it'll be added to the file. It's going to come in blurry here, but it will be on your letters. And when you left click, it will show it. And if you wanted to remove the item, hit the removal right there and it takes it out. So say I wanted to upload and I'm going to show you this. I'm going to upload a utility bill really quickly to show you what I mean by you want to crop it out. Let me go to I got to find it first. Give me a second, guys. All right. So here's like a cell phone bill. So typically your client will send it over like this. You don't want to have this whole bill in there because you don't need it. You want to crop it down to only the part that shows like the first name and the information. So just crop it down there and then you hit crop and save. So you see how we built this in because sometimes our clients just send us stuff with kids in the background, food on a copy of the floor. You see the whole house in the background of it. Well, now you can just crop it and save it just like that. Stephanie says, is there a better way for printing or do letters have to be in color for better results? When I printed out my letters in color, they still came out black and white. So in our testing, we noticed that the first round being in color and sent certified often did much better. And that's when we were doing our testing. Now, if your printer that you're printing out is not showing color when you print things out, that's most likely your setting. So when you look at your PDF document that we provide you, if it has color on it, and then you go through your printer and it's not printing out in color, either your printer cartridge is not set up or you have it set up for grayscale or black and white. So I would challenge you to double check your settings to make sure that everything is set up how you want it to be set up. So Julian says, I noticed that we can't use custom reasons in our static letters. I believe the static letters do not reference consumer laws. So those letters less effective, they do not cite consumer laws. So your custom reasoning only works on attacks, right? So when you go into that disputing tab and you put in for that American Express, all the consumer laws that we referenced earlier, then that shows up on the attack, your nerve attack through your paralyzing touch point. Your static letters will take the file and it will reference it. So let me come in here for a second. So if we were to come in here and I was going to let's just use this Rocket Lawyer one. I'm going to take all these other ones off. Matter of fact, I'm going to take all these other ones off and I'll put this in here. And I'm going to grab my 6 inquiries in my 6 account. I hit save filter and I say they didn't respond to me, right? And I say failure to respond, start round. I'm going to generate this letter. Let me download it first. I'm going to make sure no personal information is showing. Download all. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Found it. So in the static letter, it says, to whom it may concern, this is a formal, this is a formal letter that you ignored my previous request and failed to maintain reasonable procedures in your operations to assure maximum possible accuracy in the credit reports you publish. Under federal law, you had 30 days to complete your investigation from the date you received my dispute. Credit reporting laws ensure the bureaus report only 100% accurate credit information. So it specifies that you violated my rights basically under the FCRA USC 1681. Just because you don't have to state the FCRA section 611 USC 1681 JLI to put the credit bureaus at notice. So just because you put a USC code inside of a static letter doesn't make it more effective because they know they violated your rights already. If I go to hold on, let me go to the other one. Does the reinsertion letter specify the laws too? Let me just double check this one. The reinsertion letter says, hey, on this date, the items below have been reinserted in my credit profile. You're required to notify me within 5 days of reinserting previously deleted items. So I'm telling you what you're violating as far as the law. Just because if I'm saying, hey, you violated my rights because you didn't notify me within 5 days, they know of the law in which they violated. You putting a USC code in there doesn't necessarily strengthen this up. It may make it look prettier, But when you go to litigation, if you say, "Hey, I sent you a letter on this date, certified mail, saying you violated my rights by reinserting this before notifying me," I can still sue you based off of this process. So no, it does not make it less effective at all. All right, switching back to the YouTube chat. Princess Barry says, "Can I attach supporting documents in my mail out?" So that is something that we are testing now. For now, Princess, what you would do if you needed to mail additional documentation, you could download the letter and then mail on your own. Like, yeah, for example, like proof of payments, identity theft reports, and things like that. With the register agent you suggested, do you suggest adding them when setting up your Dispute Panda? If so, how do you find your register agent's name? So Dispute Panda credit software doesn't require you to put a register agent or your LLC name or anything like that. You can basically join the software and use your own name if you want to. So you're not required to put all the information you had to do to register your LLC. So, Lewis, I answered your question earlier. So, as of right now, probably not. So, you're better off using some form of Go High Level or Go High Level White Label to handle phone, SMS, and email, all that. We don't want to include those features at the moment because that's going to require a bunch of additional things. Most people are reselling, say, Twilio packages anyway, so you can do all that within GHL. Princess, you can't delete a tax. It's still going to be inside of your dashboard. Sarah says, "Do I need to request a report from the secondary agency first before I send the static letters to LexisNexis?" No, you don't. So it's going to go directly to them, and it's going to question what's on their report. So no, you don't have to request a report from LexisNexis to send them a static attack questioning what's inside their database. And the purpose of disputing with them is because oftentimes the credit bureaus will verify data with them, right? So if if there's a collection, there's a charge off, there is a child support, there is a public record, it's often stored in these secondary databases. And Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, who has a relationship with these guys, will say, "Hey, do you have a bankruptcy over there with you?" If LexisNexis verifies it, then they most likely sometimes don't do an investigation. So it's also cleaning up your digital footprint. Unfortunately, there's a lot of secondary databases out there. Alan said, "The problem I'm having is the bureaus will say that the account is attached to the address I want to have removed." Yes, that is the thing, Alan. One way to get around that, if it's a current account, you will update the address on file with that particular current creditor. Other than that, you will continue to challenge the personal information until it is resolved. So once again, that's why we include personal information updates with every single last attack as well, because oftentimes those accounts are tied to things that were reported. The only way credit bureaus get names and addresses is by reporting of data. So when you update your original creditors to the new stuff, that helps, as well as you sending in request after request. Are there any affidavits in the attacks? So no, there are not any affidavits inside of the attacks. Also, affidavits are power of attorneys. That don't necessarily get you better results either. No problem, Marcus. Thanks for sending in the question. I answered this one already. Where do you find whatchamacallit? Okay, perfect. Let me go back to the other questions we had in here. How do I keep track of my clients? So one feature that we did add to assist with this is when you go to your dashboard here, you'll see some things that says upcoming or need to send out. So you kind of have like a status here. Another thing you can do is you can maintain a spreadsheet if you want to. So you can use the dashboard to know kind of what's coming up. When's the last time you sent things into, you can use a spreadsheet also. That lets you know when to fire things off. We're doing some updates to the dashboard to make it a whole lot easier to kind of manage everything as well. Oh, here's one. So Hassan says, when a third-party company start to send letters asking for confirmation of information, do I ignore and just wait to the 30-day mark? So I'm assuming you're talking about like the secondary bureau. So sometimes they'll do that. I think that's their little way of stalling. Like you can send over all proof of documentation. LexisNexis from time to time will come back and say, oh, we couldn't prove it was you. You can basically resend this same static letter. Okay, so Kawana says, I disputed a debt and it came back verified. They then sent proof, a copy of the contract. What's the next step when allegedly send proof? Do I settle it? So you only settle or pay for deletion if you're forced to move forward in something, right? So if you're trying to get a home and your loan officer says, hey, you need to settle this out before we give you a loan, then it kind of makes sense to do. In your instance, if you don't need something right now, I'm going to continue to attack that item. Here's the reason being. Okay, yes, you prove factually that this should be on my credit report, but I'm going to attack to see that if the credit bureaus and you still adhere to my rights under the FCRA Section 611. Because the moment you don't respond in a timely manner to my challenge or my dispute, then I have grounds for either deletion or suing you for violating my consumer rights. So that's how I'm kind of going to take that. Melanie says, it all seems so confusing. What is the first step to get access deleted? Also, never received coaching on this process. Why? Dispute Panda software does not have a coaching program, so I'm not sure if you maybe came from someone else who referred us. But to me, it doesn't seem so confusing. So I would say I would love to know what you feel as though is confusing about the process. To me is, you get access to your account. You come in, you add yourself as a client. Once you add yourself as a client, you go to your documents tab. You upload your documents. You input your credit report information. Then you select the items that you want to attack, and then you attack things. So it seems pretty straightforward to me, but if you are having issues, send over a message to support and the team will gladly walk you through anything, and we will try our best. I think I answered this one. If the secondary CRAs, LexisNexis, Innovis sends a letter stating the account info was verified, how should we respond? So you can continue to attack the secondary bureaus, or you could request your report to review it to determine that one. If you were sending out things regarding like a bankruptcy, right? So if you have a public bankruptcy and LexisNexis picked it up and it's inside a Pacer, then they proved it should be there. But their investigation process works very similar to the credit bureau's process. So we don't have a method of verification letter for LexisNexis, but they do have to technically prove how they verify this information, or you can continue to attack them. So this is a business question. How to find and obtain even your first customer? Well, one thing you can do is let everybody know that you are a financial literacy / credit repair specialist. Does everyone in your immediate circle know what you do? So the first thing you have to do is everyone on my timeline, everybody in my phone, everyone in my email database will know that I help people with their credit, understanding, improving, and protecting their credit. Everyone will know what my job is. So you can get your first customers generally by going to your phone and contacting people and say, hey, let's do, this is what I do. This is what I specialize in. Here's the link to get your credit report. Let me do an analysis for you to see how I can help you out. So first things first, exhaust your circle. Second thing you can do is start looking for people who need credit-worthy individuals. So, case in point, if you know any realtors, you know any loan officers, 9 times out of 10, they might have a database of people who need help. Reach out to them. Let them know, hey, I'm willing to work on these profiles for free for you. All they need to do is get the credit monitoring. Once they get the credit monitoring, once you load them up, you should be good to go. Because your credit monitoring is going to pay for any any tax that you're going to send anyway. So your immediate circle and then people who need credit-worthy people is where I will start. A lot of people like to go straight to social media. It's a little bit harder, right? Because you got to build yourself as a brand. You have to do the content game. But when you look at dominate your block, dominate your neighborhood, what loan officer places, what realtors are around you right now in your city, because then you don't have to compete against the social media people. You can show up to their office. You can buy them lunch. That's where I would start. Everyone should be able to get, based off their cell phone, the people they know, their first 5 to 10 clients with a little bit of work in the process. Steve says, I like to see a pro demo. We're working on it. So as you see, a lot of the tutorials are coming out. So we just did the tutorial on how to add subscriptions and how to add team members and all that other jazz like that. So a lot of the pro features already have video tutorials for them on the training website. And we're going to have a whole lot more coming out shortly. All right, so back to the YouTube chat. Lamar says, how do you feel about getting letters notarized? Tested it out. The results are negligible. Didn't really change much when it comes to getting stall letters or not getting stall letters. Didn't change much as far as getting investigation requests back and forth. So I think you're going to see a lot of cycles when it comes in credit repair. So at one point in time, it was all Metro 2 is life. And then one point in time was factual disputing is life. And then you have a huge wave of people learning and implementing pre-litigation. So now that's life. And then you see the power of attorney, the notarize your letters things, the affidavit stuff. You're going to see all those things. And a lot of it is negligible at best. So I'm not going to say it's good or bad. I'm just saying once you test it within your process, give it 30 to 45 days of you testing it deliberately against. So like take half of your clients and do half notarized and other half not notarized, right? And then see what results you get. And that doesn't necessarily mean that's the best way to go forward for forever. It might work for the next 2 to 3 months until the credit bureaus change some stuff up. But it's going to come down to testing. I didn't see drastically different results in the testing of that. Julian, what if the credit bureaus never respond in 5 months except for TransUnion sends stall letters? Then you will send a failure to response letter. You will escalate to the CFPB, the FTC, and then a consumer law attorney at that point in time. They're deliberately playing in your face. And sometimes big businesses do this, right? So you have a scenario where I've been sending you response after response after response. You have been ignoring me. I would take all 5 months of that and boom, I'm talking to a pre-litigation person, not pre-litigation, an actual litigation person, say, listen, this is what I've done. These are the dates I've sent them on. These are the authorities in which I've escalated this to. I have received nothing but pushback from this entity. I would like to sue for damages at this point. You have built a large case up that you can move forward with litigation. Think of it this way. A debt collector can only get money from you if you voluntarily give them money or they sue you. Sometimes it works like that with the credit bureaus too. Okay, you've been violating my rights. You've been violating my rights. You've been violating my rights. I've documented this process. I have proof. I've sent you all these things. My next step is to escalate and litigate. Julian says, if a client actually did the loan but wants to get out of it, is it still possible? So even if you remove something, if you remove a loan, so let's use student loans. A lot of people don't like their student loans. I got $100,000 in student loans. If I come to Julian and he gets those items deleted by whatever process, that does not change the legal obligation to pay that debt. So just keep that. Let's understand this. Just because you get something deleted off a credit report does not change the statute of limitations in legal contracts. That just means the credit reporting process couldn't verify the information should be there. But if a contract is signed, if we have a separate contractual agreement saying that you are going to do X, Y, Z over this amount of time, then that must be honored or they can sue you. Whew. Y'all still with me? 3 hours and 21 minutes. I swear, every time I go live, y'all with me for the length of a Marvel movie with all these questions you guys have. Raheem says, how do I get a client portal so my clients can see results, message me, update their own documents? Upgrade to Dispute Panda Pro. You'll have all that built in for you. Joseph says, how do I determine what attacks to use and when to use them when working on a client's profile? When to use handwritten or text and when to use Metro 2 or not? This is a great question, right? So in the attack guide that we went over earlier, that breaks down what types of attacks to send. But whether you're going Metro, Factual, or Consumer Law, it will come down to your knowledge of the client profile. Generally, let's say your first round probably should be a Metro round to shake some things up to kind of see how things go. When you get your second round, then you start to analyze and see, okay, well, how should I attack this particular late payment? How should I attack this particular bankruptcy in collection or charge off? If you are knowledgeable of the laws and you actually have a factual error, it does make sense for you to then add that on to that. If you can't find anything, use the AI engine to do the attacking for you, so then you don't fall into like Templateville, right? The worst case scenario is you fall into template mode where you just spamming permissible purpose, or you're spamming timing of payments, or you're saying validate or verify this account. You are better off using the automated Metro 2 attack engine versus you just spamming regular stuff. So if you have a reason, that's when you go into factual and consumer law mode. If you don't have those, leverage the AI technology to get the job done. All right. So put some pandas in the chats if you still here with me, So let me hear from you guys. Am I doing a good job? Am I answering your questions thoroughly? Are you understanding how to use Dispute Panda to assist you better now? No problem. Thank you for allowing me to share my passion. Air horns for y'all, man. 3 hours and 23 freaking minutes. What? I'll put it like this. Y'all crazy, man. A round of applause for y'all. Because you did not have to be on this financial education marathon with me, but you were. I think that's so cool, man. Like, I nerd out about this stuff, and I appreciate you guys. I answered all the questions on the forum, so now I'm just kicking it with you guys inside. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns, make sure you follow me on the IG, man. Make sure you follow me on IG. Make sure if there's anything I said in here that you did not like, you send that over to support. They gonna make sure it gets to me. And the goal is to be 1% better. So this is one thing I want to tell you guys. Take action. Not every day do you get somebody who's going to just come in here and pour into you for 3 hours and 30 minutes to answer every single last one of your questions. So I believe now you owe it to yourself to pay it forward. Grab that one friend or family member, that cool cousin, help them get their credit together, help them understand their credit profile, help them understand what factual disputing is, Metro 2, so on and so forth. Be the light. Are reports only applicable to Panda imports? Marcus, when you say that, what do you mean? Break that down for me, Marcus. Put that in the chat. Cindy said it's going on midnight. Ain't that right? Miss T said this was everything. I appreciate you for asking amazing questions, Miss T. Jeff G, thanks you for everything. Extremely informative. I appreciate you, Jeff. Marcus, clarify what you mean by this. Are reports only applicable to Panda imports? Here's the other one. How do I delete closed accounts with bad payment history using static letters or consumer law? So you wouldn't use static letters, Shanae. You would use either the automated Metro 2 attack engine, factual disputing, or consumer law. So your round one probably should be the Metro 2 one. And then you will analyze the response you get back to the credit bureau to determine if you need to send a static letter, if it was deleted, or if you need to follow up with round two attack, which it could be Metro 2, consumer law, or factual disputing as well. Paul says, I have 2 charge-offs on my credit from when I was young and dumb. They didn't go to collections, but they were secure cards, so they are still with the original creditors. How do I remove it? So a charge-off, a collection, you will attack them the same exact way. The charge-off in this instance is just with the original creditor, right? It's not with a third-party debt collector. So you still will attack it the same. All right, so I missed a few questions on here. I'm just rolling back. I have 2 bankruptcies, Chapter 13 and Chapter 7, which have been canceled / discharged as of 2019. I have tried consumer law, but it comes back verified. I attacked LexisNexis, and they said it was verified in Pacer. So here's the thing. Sometimes they're going to be able to prove it's right? In your instance, you have nothing to lose by continue to attack. So one thing that you can do is after you attack with Metro, factual, consumer law, if it's still sticking and they got you dead to rights, take a little break. Take 45 days off, 60 days off, let it breathe a little bit, and then start the process all over again. Because the only way you're getting this BK off earlier than 7 years plus 180 days is by attacking it. That's the only way you get that off your credit report. Hector says, Dispute Panda Pro will work with other credit monitoring companies or just Credit Dyno. Dispute Panda Pro works with every single last credit report that you can import inside of Dispute Panda. Courtney says, I'm not sure if I answered this one, y'all, but I sent the dispute. It came back verified. The company that I'm disputing makes updates every month, so my score will go down. I have disputed the company with the CFPB and got no results. So, Courtney, I'm curious as what are they updating every month to make your score go down? Like, if this is an open account and they're reporting, late payments, then until you are no longer late or until you have caught up on payments, they have the right to report you late. So when you went to the CFPB, what laws or rights of yours did they violate that you wanted assistance with? I guess that's the part I'm trying to understand there. All right, I think I answered everyone else now. Marcus says you're on fire. I appreciate it. Hold on. Sarah says, any words of wisdom for removing a negative ding on check systems report? So this is a good one, Sarah. So if the item from check system isn't on Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, you want to go to the check systems website and pull the check systems report to make sure that everything they're reporting in their particular database is valid. So some of the secondary bureaus that house information like this bank account info that you have in there, you will have to go to them directly, have them send you the report, and then you would just manually create your dispute letter with them. Like, so for example, when I was in college, I think one time I overdrafted and I just closed the account. I think I was in check system a long time ago. I had to, check system has this old ancient checking account on there, which I had to pull the report, figure out which one it was, contact them, make it right. They updated check system, and now I'm good to open up bank accounts again. So unless it's reporting on Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, you have to go to the database in which it's housed. This often happens a lot of times with rental reports too, right? Like, oh, I had an eviction. It's not showing up at Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, but they pull the rental databases report from wherever they pull it from. They're getting this eviction that's on the records from this old landlord that you might have. So go directly to the source, go to their website, follow their procedure from getting your report sent to you, and then you sending your attacks to them directly. Miss Angel says, I left and came back. You're amazing. Hey, stamina, big stamina. Big stamina. No minute man. 3 hour and 30-minute man. Brittany says, round of applause there. Air horns. Brittany says, which attacks do Metro and Factual? All right, so Brittany, let me bring this back. So first and foremost, Brittany, you will have to make sure that let me go to my disputing tab. You will have to make sure that in your disputing tab, you add in your factual reasoning, right? So you're gonna say, hey, this is Brittany. Delete this. Yo, I wasn't late when you said I was, or whatever you say. January 2019, right? So once you have that there, this account will be factual or consumer law or whatever you have. And say I have another account, right? I didn't put a custom reason in here, so it's going to go with the defaulted Metro logic on this one. You hit save filter, and say you didn't want to have Metro, like the base sector fields, the J codes and all that stuff on the letter. You can use the regular nerve attack is just plain Jane. It will just show the account name, the account data, and then whatever verbiage that you have. The premium is going to have the Panda AI highlight, which it goes through and analyzes it, and it puts the highlight on there where it kind of will bring some special attention. But Supreme and Supreme Boosted are the ones that add in your base sector fields, your header codes, and all that other stuff from your Metro 2 logic. So when you use Supreme or Supreme Boosted in tandem with your consumer law or your factual dispute, you have your Metro 2 coding on top. You have your consumer law verbiage. And if you use Supreme Boosted, you have additional attack vectors that is calling out on the account when it comes to it. So, yeah. And then you can even flip any of these to handwritten font. So once again, you have the tool to do anything you want, and it will be for free as long as you're using Credit Dyno credit monitoring. Or you can pay the attack cost. Whatever you want to do, it's up to you. You have options. Michael Barnes, I used Dispute Panda pinwheel attack to remove, charge off, and close accounts a couple days ago. But I kept getting messages from those creditors. They're trying to work with me. I mean, so Michael, it's up to you, right? If you got it deleted from your credit report and you knew it was supposed to be there, right? And now I'm calling you saying, hey, Mike, this is the scenario I'll look at it. If it's inside of the statute of limitations, and I was able to get something deleted from my credit report that I knew that I owed, and now you're calling to work with me, I most likely will say, you know what, let's work out something, because I don't ever want this to come back. I don't ever want this to be resold. Because what a debt collector will do is they'll say, dang, I can't get Michael. I'm going to sell this for 10 cents on the dollar to the next sucker. And then they're going to try to attack. So you can't stop them from selling the debt to come after you, right? But if you got it removed and you say, you know what, for $100, you know, if you give me something in writing saying that this is settled and you're never going to report it again, it most likely will prevent them from selling it and being able to attack you ever again. Or you can say, you know what, screw you guys. I got to delete it. I'm not paying you nothing. Get out of my face. That's another way to handle that. All right, so Miss Driscoll says, thank you for explaining this. No problem. Thank you for rocking out with me for 3 hours and 34 minutes. Listen, to the 67 here on chat, I appreciate you for rocking out with me. Can you guys do me a solid, since you are still here? Can you make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel? The more you like, comment, and subscribe, you can only subscribe once, but the more this get proliferated out, the more you guys give me feedback, the better I can make these. I want to make these lives better and better and better each time. So as you notice, all the questions that you guys put on the forum, I answered. All the questions that you guys put in the chat, I answered. Dispute Panda as a software, me as a CMO, our educator, we are nothing without your feedback and your questions. So I appreciate you guys for being humble enough to come on this live and rock out with me for 3 hours and 35 minutes. I appreciate you guys for putting your ego aside and asking freaking questions. You know how hard it is for people, whether it's businesses or individuals, to come and talk about their finances, and you guys did that. I'm searching the chat for. So Marcus says in the reporting section, the numbers that shown are directly reflecting. Okay, here we go. So Marcus says the numbers that shown are directly reflecting of Dino imported credit reports. It will reflect all of them. So Dino reports or any other credit monitoring that you use, it will. The re-import summary works with all of them. Every single last report when you have Pro works with that. Even on the profile tab, the number that you see that shows the credit report data comes from the credit report. So whatever you import, that's what it's showing. The disputing tab shows everything that's from that reported credit report. Thank you for clarifying, Marcus. That girl says, is there an ultimate version for the software? So right now you got Dispute Panda, which is the non-CRM version. And you have Dispute Panda Pro, which gives you all the CRM features and things like that. So any any updates that will be rolled out will most likely go to Pro. So for example, a lot of the newer automations, right? So our Pro users are asking for certain things. They will be added into the Pro side of things because they directly benefit the person who's trying to use Dispute Panda and to run a effective credit repair company, right? So they need certain things. That's all I say about that right there. So, but there's no version above Pro. Like Pro gives you everything. Like even when we get into the community in which we're launching, there's going to be a section just for Pro members. Even these lives, there's going to be lives specifically just for Pro members. So right now we're commingling everyone, but the Pro members are going to have, hey, you're running businesses. Let's have a live just talking about the business of credit repair. Like how do I handle getting around the TSR or CROA or consultation calls, and what emails do I send? That's all going to be Pro talks. So they're separated from that perspective. You have people using this as a business perspective who want to have a whole lot more guidance from, somebody who's, done pretty well from a business side of the house. And then you have a general talks with everybody and their mama comes to, because they're trying to understand the credit process. It may be a little bit newish and so on and so forth. Oh, she said unlimited tax is that Pro. So you have unlimited tax right now. So if you are using Credit Dino credit monitoring, you don't pay an attack cost for anything, that girl. So that's how you don't pay any tax. Everyone you work with is going to need credit monitoring, right? Well, if you use Credit Dino, you're going to get paid a higher affiliate commission anywhere. And you get your attack costs covered 100% for free. That's it. Just have them switch their credit monitoring. Mr. Ramsey says, I'll be honest. I never had people answer my question as specific and honest and legally as you did. Thank you. I will pay it back by getting more clients and importing them into Dispute Panda. I appreciate you. One thing for my business people. I'm going to leave it off here. And let's get into the Pro talk. Everyone who's doing a credit repair business in the next 30 to 60 days, I want y'all to put in the chat, how many referrals from existing clients are you currently getting? Over the last 30 days, how many referrals from your existing clientele did you get? Drop that number in the chat. So that girl, for the credit monitoring, you will go to, you can send an email to support@creditdino.com, or you can go to creditdino.com. So if you get set up as an affiliate, you can charge, you can create from a $19.99 plan, I believe, all the way up to like $99 if you want. And depending on which link you use or provide to your clientele depends on how much affiliate commission you get. But support at creditdino.com, or you can send an email to info@disputepanda.com and our support team will forward your message over or get you that info. So that girl said 7. Hold on. How do I hide this? Here we go. So Fernando says 1. That girl says 7. Marcus says 15. Yo Ramsey says 2. Knowing the truth is 1. So this is what I want you guys to do. I want you to brainstorm, and this is for my business owners. A little bit of pro talk before we leave out here. I challenge you to take action in figuring out how can I get each of my clients who I'm actively serving to send me 2 or 3 of their people, and what I can do to incentivize them to send me 2 or 3 people. Here's the reason why. Referral-based marketing, right? When your loan officer or your realtor sends you a client, they sign up instantly. Why? Because they know you, right? Hey, Jane, I like Marcus. Go to Marcus. He gonna get you right. You don't have to pitch. There's no selling there. So your mindset should instantly go to this person who is my client has provided me first name, last name, social, mailing address, driver's license, SSN, a phone number. The biggest mistake professionals make is waiting to ask for a referral. You've already done the hard work of getting them to become a client. You instantly should be trying to figure out, how do I get this person to send the people that know, like, and trust them to me? Ask for the referral. Call everybody up. Email out, hey, do you have anybody who's interested in buying a home, buying a car, getting funding? I can assist. If you do not ask, you will not get referrals. You need to ask way more. I challenge all of you to send an email campaign out within the next 7 days with your referral plan, You don't have to incentivize either. You can just say, hey, do you know anybody like you who needs help improving their credit? And see what that gets you. It costs you nothing to try. This person already trusts you. And the reason why I'm telling you to do this, right? We all have our favorite toothpaste, but when have you ever said, yo, got to get that Colgate? Because that Colgate, like, you never advertise the toothpaste that you use. It's just it's not top of mind. So you got to think of it this way. A lot of your customers, a lot of the people who know, like, and trust you and using your stuff, it's not top of mind for them to support you. No one wakes up saying, yo, I got this dope credit guy or this dope credit girl. You have to encourage them to refer you. Does that make sense? So I challenge you to ask more. I want you to ask at least 4 times a month. And it doesn't have to be phone calls. It can be indirect. It can be direct. So 1 direct way or 2 direct ways and 2 indirect ways of asking your current existing clientele base for referrals. Because each person sends you 3 people. Man. You don't have to market anymore at that point. Does that make sense? I think a lot of people run to social media first and, oh, let me go do this TikTok and let me be super informational, and you're not taking care of home. The home base are the people who are currently paying you. You ever notice why we send out surveys and ask you guys questions? You're using the platform. We're not going to go to outside the ecosystem and ask strangers what they want. I'm going to ask the people using the platform. Sorry, I don't want to get off on a tangent. I just noticed that we had 67 people here, and I figured they was my business owners. But you have to ask. If you don't ask, you don't eat. Number 2, when's the last time you went through your cell phone and told everybody that you are a professional that can help people with their credit? you should be, it should be annoying. They should just know you as like, oh my God, Marcus, the credit guy hitting me up. You sure right. I think a lot of people assume that we know your business, right? Unless you tell me I'm busy. Many months ago, you got to do it again, Fernando, right? I'm busy with my life. I don't know that Fernando loves to help people with their credit. I need a reminder. Just like that client. Fernando's helping me, but maybe he don't need my referrals. I need a reminder. Be conscious of reminding people that you are the go-to person. Remind people that you love referrals. Train people how to communicate with you. Because the worst case scenario, you get on Facebook, oh, nobody supports me. Did you tell them to support you? Other than Facebook? If I got your cell phone number, you need to know what I do. That's it. That's it. That girl 2022. Do I offer coaching for business owners? Not on an individual basis, but I will be providing this to the Dispute Panda community and the pro users. So this is my wheelhouse of what I'll be doing. And it won't be behind no paywall, because the goal will be to give when you get on. And I'm going to say this last thing before we sign off. When you get on and you're operating in abundance, give it away. Give it away. You will be so blessed. You'll be so blessed. Like, for example, I'll give y'all a gem I learned the other day. If you go to, let me find it really quickly before I say that. Let me find it really quickly. Let me give y'all this gem for the business owners, right? So we all know about, ideally, everybody knows about Digital Federal Credit Union, right? And we already know. And I was on a call the other day with somebody, and they had a bankruptcy. And they had a bankruptcy, it was discharged, but it was fairly recent. It was going to take like 4 years to get off. So they had a bankruptcy as well as some other things, but they had some high utilization. So we went to DCU, and they gave this person a $20,000 credit card. Now, most funding specialists will say, yo, let me get a 10% funding fee or a 20% funding fee. We're not going to do that. So now I'm telling you, I learn information to come give y'all the game, right? So if you're a person struggling with high utilization that can't get for a house, you can tell that person to go to DCU. They can apply for a membership at DCU. They'll pay $10 to get into this particular credit union. And when they apply for this particular credit card, the Visa Platinum, there's the chance they're going to get a $20,000 credit limit, even with negative items. We didn't even have a bank account set up. We just went to the website and was able to get it. Another one that the same person did, they went to First Tech Credit Union. And then I'm about to give y'all the game on this one. So they went to First Tech Credit Union, right? They did the same exact thing. To get into First Tech Credit Union is pretty simple. To become a member, you just have to be a part of this, the Financial Fitness Association. And you can apply for that with $10 right on there, right? So this person with a bankruptcy was able to get $40,000 in personal credit limits to drop down their utilization to be able to do what they need to do for funding. But here's the other thing that we discovered. When we go to the Financial Fitness Association, right? And the funding specialist ain't gonna like me. When you go to the Financial Fitness Association, this allows you to get into First Tech, right? When you go to this, hold on. Partners. If you go to the partners on this page and you scroll down, I just found all these other credit unions that operate similar to First Tech. So now, once I'm inside of First Tech, I can go to Uncle Credit Union and say, you know what? You're gonna judge me by the same standards that First Tech did. I can get my client a business and personal credit card from them, up to $40,000 limit. Now, how many of y'all known about Uncle Credit Union? How many of y'all know about Uncle Credit Union? Drop in the chat if you ever heard of these guys. Exactly. Dante said, John says that, not me. So we heard about First Tech, we heard about DCU, but then what I realized is like, just get a game away. Just get a game away. So just like that, if you were struggling with utilization, now you know how to get funding, you know how to get business credit, you know how to improve the credit. You can help the squad. Like the goal is to be a blessing, not a burden. Be the plug, not the light. I want to be the plug. You're not going to see me on social media dancing, but when we get into these lives and y'all give me y'all time, you gave me 4 hours of your time, I have to give you that energy back. So let me just run that back. So if you go to Financial Fitness Association partners, a lot of the ones y'all see on social media is on there, right? First Tech is one of them. We already know they give the money away, but a lot of people are not talking about all these other credit unions that are tied to the same organization. So one organization gets you almost 20 different credit unions that have high approval rates for people with tarnished credits. You as a funding specialist just found another 20 different banks in which you can use. You as a credit professional, maybe you don't have to get that client that $200 secured card. You can come here and get your client a real card. The credit score was below around a 620 with a bankruptcy on it, Julian. So I say that to say this, right? Start when you get something, and I would even tell y'all to take this information I just gave you, right? Create your own video, send it to your email list, and be of value. Give so much value that when you ask for something, people are like, I gotta do it. I got to do it. Like, I'm not going to charge you. You know how much? Think about it for a second. If you get somebody $100,000 in funding, which I just gave y'all the game on how to do, you can turn that into a business if you wanted to. Get a game away. Get the game away as much as possible and watch how much abundance you get. Yep, Align and DCU. Now, Julian, you can add First Tech to that. You can add Uncle Credit Union. You can add all those people to it, right? So now, Julian, your tool bag just got wider by you staying on this live at the 3 hour and 53 minute mark. Miss Johnson, I'm not sure which bureau they pull from, but if you give them a call, they'll definitely tell you. Exactly. See, that girl put it together. Now the squad should be able to buy real estate. Here's my hope for all of y'all. One, here's my action items for all of y'all. One, you contact everybody you working with and you ask for a referral tomorrow. Hey, you got 2 or 3 people who need to improve their credit, this, that, and the third. You can work out whatever compensation plan you want for that person, but at least ask them. And if they tell you no, you say, well, why? And then once you know your why, you know what to fix, right? Number 2, try to create more value-based content and just give it away. Just build up positive energy around you, because eventually the universe is going to provide you something where you either need help or people going to want to help you. And number 3, when you find something, give it away to the team. You want your people around you winning. Everybody should be able to go to what I just showed you and show either their clients or their loved ones how to get $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in credit, and then show them how to use it properly. That is the goal, Julian. Help as many people out as possible. The only way you're going to close the wealth gap is we get more people like us giving away the game and helping people out. Raymond, should we open several tabs and apply at once? Ideally, you want to kind of do this all within that 20-minute window, right? You want to have a scenario where they're seeing that same credit report. Because we all know that attacking or disputing is not a guaranteed process, but when you add revolving credit installment lines and they're lowering that utilization and showing that on-time payment history, that's a guaranteed improvement. So Aki, I'm not sure who they pull from, but if you give them a quick call, they'll let you know. I believe they only pull for one bureau. We did it the other day. I forgot what they mentioned. So I don't, we've been 4 hours at it. I don't want it to slip my mind. So here's another tidbit, and then we're gonna roll out. One, drop some pandas in the chat, or drop some fire emojis in the chat if this was beneficial to you. Also, if you don't mind, if you know another credit professional or somebody who needs to see this, please share it with them. But one thing I want y'all to do, because this is how I found, and Julian and gang, this is how I found it, right? Most people don't look at the partners of the associations that they're joining. So I just did a little investigation. I just went to, if First Tech is telling me I got to join this organization, my first thought process is, well, let me analyze that organization, see what they're about, and see if they have other places that also I can leverage that same membership. Here's another one, Key Point Credit Union. Unsecured term loans, SBA loans, vehicle loans. They even got they got a direct email, which you can email the person that work with them. And now the reason why I like credit unions is because they don't got a lot of foot traffic. They don't got a lot of people working with them. So there's a chance where you can get with these guys and they're going to help you out a whole lot. All right, so I appreciate you guys. Thank you for rocking out with me. 3 hours and 57 minutes. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stay on 3 minutes. I just want that thing to say 4 hours. Like, let's just say 4 hours with it. Drop the pandas in the chat. If you have other questions, drop them in the chat. I'm gonna finish off with that one last question as well. How long do you need to wait to apply after the 10? Immediately. We did it the same day. We did that the same day. Now it's not necessarily a guaranteed approval. This is a great question, Julian. So it was, let me bring it up for you. Financial Fitness Association. So when you go to FinTech Federal Credit Union, right, and you go to become a member, when you look at their membership requirements, it says belong to the Computer History Museum or the Financial Fitness Association. So to become a member of the Computer History Museum or join the Financial Fitness Association, stop by a location or join within our online application. So you can apply for FinTech Credit Union and just automatically subscribe to these. So what a lot of people are doing is they're not looking up these organizations to see what other partner websites they have, right? So as soon as you go to Financial Fitness Association, you type that in Google, you can go to partners, and then boom, it opens up to all the other credit unions that they rock out with. And now you got another 20 credit unions in which you can work, and you know they have the same approval rates as First Tech or similar too. Julian says, how do we get more leads? I'm using Kong. So leads wise, Julian, first I'm going to start with my circle of influence. I'm contacting everybody in my phone. I'm asking them to hook me up with 1 or 2 people. And then every client I have right now, I'm working with them. So I do it just like advertising, right? Let's work my warm and hot leads first. The people who are currently paying me, the people who paid me in the past, and the people who know me. Every single last one of these people is either getting a phone call from me asking and letting them know what I do. So if you got 100 people, you at least should get 20, 30 referrals from that. And then my goal for you would be to work that process every month. If I got 20 more people coming in, they going to know 20 other people. That's number 1. Number 2, then you got your content tier. Your content tier is things like this. Go live, asking questions, giving out game. And eventually these people learn to know, like, and trust you, and then they want to come over and do your business. The third one, which I like, is the going to people who need credit-worthy people. So every loan officer, every real estate agent right now in your city, I'm going to my city. I'm not going to the online ones. I'm going to the ones where I can touch. Like I can take you to lunch. I can go to your first time home buyer seminar. And I'm asking you, hey, when's the last time you emailed your database? When's the last time you worked with somebody? Let me come into your office to work with your people exclusively. Hell, I'll even take the last 100 people who got denied for free because I'm going to get them on credit dyno monitoring. I'm going to get paid anyway. And then I'm going to work my referral process into that. So if my real estate agent sends me a list of people and 10 of them sign up, I'm going to use my referral process to get that way too. So start warm, hot before you go cold. That's what I do. All right, cool. 401. We're going to end that with Julian's question. I appreciate you guys. So Sarah, let's end it with Sarah. You do not need to open up a checking account with all of those credit unions. So my stance on it, Sarah, is that if they do not require it, don't open it. The worst case scenario is you got 20 new checking accounts open up and you got to put $5 in each and maintain them. Some of these are relationships based. You know, the longer you are dealing with the credit unions and playing the game of putting a little bit of money in, so on and so forth, the more likely in the long run they're trying to give you more and more credit. But for these ones, we just apply. We play the relationship game a little bit later down the line. I go straight for the credit cards and loans. All right, bet. So appreciate you guys. I love you guys for rocking out with me. 4 hours and 2 minutes. You guys are awesome. Drop the pandas in the chat. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Take action. Take action. Take action. Take action. That's it. Do it scared. Do it tired. Do it hungry. If you dedicate an hour to 4 hours a day on the hard stuff, you will win. And I'm saying that from a person who has not done live in the last 3 years, but I did it scared anyway. And y'all didn't even know I was scared. And y'all rocked out me for 4 hours and 2 minutes. So I appreciate y'all guys. Until the next time, I love you guys. And if you have any comments, questions, or concerns, send it to info@disputepanda.com and we will take care of you. Peace.